Hello, everyone, and welcome to the quarterfinals of the Aegis Marauders League 2024 Fall Series. My name is Moose, and joined today by Septi. We are back after the Thanksgiving week break. And Septi, this is going to be a very exciting series.
Yeah, I mean, we got two, I would argue, championship contenders here. I know Bark of War did not have the best of success in the Shroomy division. They finished fourth in their group, going 2-3 match records, but they have a bunch of heavy hitters that have been staples in the Aegis community for a while. But yeah, I mean, both these teams are going to have a whole lot to play for. There's a whole lot of pride between these two teams. I know they tend to throw around a lot of banter between the two, so I'm going to be looking forward to seeing what happens in general chat after this game, regardless of the outcome. But yeah, I mean, Akuma Distortion have not dropped a game this entire season so far. They went 4-0 in groups. They went 8-0 in game score. And I think they are really, really trying to take this one home. They're trying to send a message. And this kind of roster says exactly that. Slappy on the top lane, Cyan Kip jungle, Iris Binding Hunter mid, and then you have Zeha and On Your Chest in the bot lane. That sub roster as well could probably field their own AML team. Just looking at it, all they're missing is a mid laner. But yeah, I mean, this team is absolutely ready to take it to Bark of War. And if we could take a look at their roster too, I think that would be a whole lot of more information that we can go over regarding matchups.
Definitely, yeah. And we're looking at Bark of War being another one of those contenders. The previous winners changing their names, changing their jungler, but are still a dominant threat here in the AML. We saw them do amazing work in the summer split, having some really close and clutch series as well. And as we get into the draft, I'm going to be looking at the top side of Bark of War to see how they're going to be able to contend with Akuma. I think that having him forward, I'd have had the most struggle in this season. And on the other side, we're looking at the bottom lane for Akuma. You've got some powerhouse players for both of these teams on opposite sides of the rift, and I'm curious to see how that is going to shape up in these drafts, these fearless drafts that have been so refreshing this season. And now we get to get started. Akuma Distortion going to be on blue side game one.
Yeah, I mean, you said it yourself. Zeha is sort of the chair of this team. I think he's the one who created and brought the roster together. Commonly, I've heard it called as Zeha and Friends. But yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. I think this team has a whole bunch of interesting opportunities to pick strange things in this best of 5. Obviously, yeah, as you said, it's going to be fearless, so they are going to be swapping up picks from game to game. And I would absolutely love to see if we go to something like game 5 and we see all the bans taken off the board, sort of like what we saw in the round of 12 a few weeks ago. But yeah, we are into draft. We are already 4 bans deep. It's going to be Skarner, Volley taken away by Akuma, and Gwen and Ziggs taken away by Bark of War. Curious to see what the meta sort of evolves into, because we are approaching the brand new patch that is going to massively shake up the game. I don't quite know all of the changes off the top of my head, but I know that there are quite a few coming to the game. So much so that I don't know how much of the meta will actually survive going into the semifinals. But we're going to take a look now at the rest of this first ban phase. It's going to be Xerath taken away from Bark of War. And then I believe that last ban is going to be Garen. Yes, it will be.
Yeah, going to be taking that away from Mags in the mid lane. Had that clutch game 5 in summer. But that leaves the core key open. And yes, so that is going to get picked up B1. I think that is one of the most sought after picks here in the AML. It has such an incredible power, and especially if you're able to get to the mid game before your opponent, if you're able to get that Tear of the Goddess fully charged, you can really start to pack a punch. And it can be flexible as well. Bark of War, on the other hand, they're going to go with the Cassante in the top lane, another very stable pick, and the Ashe, which surprisingly has not seen a lot of action in the previous weeks.
I mean, Ashe is just one of those champions. I mean, we talked about how the bot lane is going to be pivotal for both teams, but it looks as though Bark of War are going to potentially be drafting to play around their mid and jungle, just looking at these two picks, because Ashe is going to be support lane, top is going to be support lane with Cassante. Olaf is going to get picked up, I assume, to go into that top side there with the Cassante. It is a fairly good matchup. You don't really get denied too much by the likes of a nice one Gauntlet or the Pathmaker that Cassante has available to them. But I mean, these are picks that are meant to have value regardless of how much gold they have in inventory. The Ashe is always going to be able to shoot arrows and slow people constantly with their W's and auto attacks. The Cassante will always, for whatever reason, be an absolute, destruction of a champion, whether he has his all out available or whether he's just tanking up damage in the front line. Already locked in, so that will solidify that Corki in the bot lane. I'm not really sure there was too much doubt surrounding it, but that will remove the flex from the side of Akuma. And we're gonna have to see how Bark will respond, because they have an opportunity to keep the status quo, to match that Ahri, or try and get a powerful support matchup. And it will be Elise taken by the side of Bark of War, a champion that I feel like has, this is going to sound a little bit cookie, it's going to sound like it's cooking a little bit, has been shown to go back and forth a bit between both support and jungle, but it's definitely a very strong jungler currently. I know I'm spamming her in solo queue, but we'll have to see going into phase 2.
We've got a very scary front line, though, for Akuma. That Olaf can deal a lot in the power of that Ragnarok, could deny the stun from Ashe, could stop the webbing from Elise, and then if you're able to get to that backline, it can be very difficult for Bark of War to respond to that. And so I'm looking to see what that response is going to be from them. Are they going to build some sort of wall? Are they going to try to find a way to get the backline on their own? Are they going to try to build more frontline? But they're looking to ban out some of those other support champions that can come through. That Zyra is going to get taken away.
Yeah, I'm, thinking back, I kind of like what Bark of War have done with this Elise pick. When you're playing against the likes of Ahri and Olaf, you really sort of want to be able to lock them down and burst them as fast as you can. So when you have Elise, when you have Ashe, when you have Cassante, you can certainly lock them down, and Elise will be doing a whole lot of burst damage. Belbeth and Zyra, I think, are targeting jungle here. Just given the trend, I think they're both fairly okay. Zyra has been able to stick around since she kind of got nerfed with regard to her plant damage. But Akuma gonna be banning away LeBlanc and Smolder, so trying to keep the mid lane clear, but Hui left available will be a fairly good matchup into the Ahri. It definitely will have the wave clear advantage and should allow for decent movement for their Elise around the map.
And no tank bans in the second phase, and so Akuma's got their pick of the litter for their second frontline pick, unless they want to try to go full dive here. That Olaf could potentially go into the jungle. It has, I think, good value still in the top lane. And so this R4, R5 going to be very important. We're going to be seeing probably a front line. We're going to be seeing a support. Nautilus is still available. Leona is still available. And they're going to go with the Ivern, which tells me now that Olaf's going to go top side, and we need a support.
I would imagine an engaged support here, whether it's the Rel, the Nautilus.
Braum.
I'd imagine it's one of those two. Maybe Braum. Braum is good with Olaf. It's not that great with Ivern. I think you want a bit more of an aggressive support, and it will be that Nautilus locked in. And then on the other side, how do you round this out? How do you pair with Ashe, Elise? It's a very skill checky composition that Bark of War have gone and drafted themselves, but I feel like it's also to be expected with this team. I feel like we know these types. We know every single one of these players on the side of Bark of War. I think Havoc may be the one that's the least known to me, at least personally. But Lone Reap, Mag, Sparko, Duck, and Severe all have some crazy ego picks. And yeah, Ratchet's going to round it out with a Alistar pick in that bot side. I think a fairly good composition for Bark of War. I think they do lack a little bit of damage. Especially if one of Ashe, Elise, or Hui falls behind, because I don't see an Ashe or a Hui by themselves getting through the likes of an Olaf with an Ivern shield on top of it. And then of course you have to get through the Nautilus, through the Daisy, to actually get to the Ahri and the Corki, who both have dashes, who are able to stay safe. But I mean, Bark of War, if nothing else, they have the ability to pick and get champion advantages on the map if Akuma Distortion do not follow the proper steps to both clear vision and get wave priority on the map. So I mean, I think we'll their win conditions for both teams here. I think Bark of War have shown, for the fact that they're here, the fact that this is an interesting fact going into this game, actually. Both of these teams knocked out the tied for first place teams in the, I want to say the Ixtal division. Akuma Akuma beat Travelers in the first place bracket of the round of 12, the Cedar bracket of the first place teams. And Bark of War knocked out Vespa, the other team tied for first place in that Ixtal division from the tournament in the round of 12. So they have proven that both of these teams are better than the top seeds of the Ixtal. But yeah, taking a look at these compositions here, I think Bark of War, they could do it. They can probably snowball pretty heavily with the likes of Elise and Alistar roaming around the map, or just ganking bot on repeat. But Akuma Distortion, if the game does not start snowballing out of control, really has some solid scaling in their hands, as well as I think just a fairly well-rounded composition.
Yeah, I'd say if we get to Baron phase and we're still looking at an even gold game, I think Akuma Distortion has a better route to victory because their scaling can just go off the charts. But the skirmish potential of Bark of War is always going to be a threat and can swing a game back into their favor. One good skirmish could get them the Soul Point, could get them Baron, could get them an inhibitor, and then the game is swung wide open with Bark of War, in the driver's seat here. So I think it's going to be on both of these teams to have very solid communication, good warding, and phenomenal positioning, because you cannot get caught out in this game, and you cannot get yourself left with your pants down, no looking at the shop while you're backing. But with that being said, let's go ahead and do the Dragon Draft update as of the round or the quarterfinals. I am up for the first time since we've been doing the Dragon Soul game.
Stop the count.
10-7. I am 3 above, with the most seen Drake being that Chemtech Soul at 4, and everything else around that 2 to 3 mark. You accurately predicted the Infernal Soul in Game 5 of the round of 12, and I'm going to go with the Mountain Soul to start off this one.
All right. I'm going to stick with the Content Dragon. It's going to be Infernal to start, and then Hextech as well.
Love it. I'm going to go with Chemtech. I'm going to play that number. I'm going to go with Ocean. I feel like we haven't seen that in a while, so I'm going to give you Cloud, all your favorite dragons in one.
These are my favorite dragons.
Yes, in one go. I love it. You have your favorite dragons. Everyone has their favorite players, their favorite team comps, and their favorite champions to play in those comps. But if you want to do the best to give yourself the highest opportunity to win your games, definitely check out our sponsor here at this break.
Quick shout out to ProComps, our sponsor and a game changer app for the League community. This isn't just like the other tools. It's your personal draft coach, perfect for both teams and solo players. In fact, you can pair it with any other app you use. ProComps stands out with features like custom champion pools, personalized tier lists, and live draft advice. Think of it as having a virtual coach and a strategy toolkit all in one. They offer real-time champion ban recommendations. They already have over 200,000 downloads and thousands of daily users just like you. ProComps is user-friendly and totally free. It is a no-brainer to at least give it a go. Download ProComps now and you'll experience a whole new level of drafting power in your league games. Go to procomps.gg, download it from Overwolf, or click the panel below on our stream.
Welcome back, everybody. We got a 5-man jump potentially here from Barco Duck in the top lane to start off this quarterfinals match. Trying to get Slappy Joe caught out of position. I think it's just going to be that patented start for Barco Duck, trying to get that ward on the top side and then back off. And Akuma not going to go for any deep warding of their own, not knowing where Bark is at. So we're back.
Ratchet. Oh, Ratchet. This is okay. Well, this is a play that the Alistar will go for. That move, by the way, they're just full swapping as well, which I really like for this because you have the Elise on your team and you're going to be able to control the lane versus an Olaf that does not have TP. So Akuma, if they're not able to read this, it could be really tragic for them. Specifically for Slappy Joe, because as I just said, this Olaf does not have TP. And the reason, by the way, they walk through at 5 there is because for 2 reasons. One, they're going for the swap, but they want to make sure that they actually get up there. For 2, it's a sort of like an anti-Darius, anti-Olaf thing where if that type of champion is able to actually get into the 3rd bush. Uh-oh, Slappy Joe. I wonder if Ratchet's just going to flash for the HP on Slappy Joe here.
We shall see. We'll go panning up back to the top lane, and Slappy Joe is nervous, does not see where their lane opponent, assumingly Havoc, is. And I was going to go forward, going to get slowed, going to be able to drop that slow onto Barco Duck, but Ratchet is now in hot pursuit. Slappy Joe should be able to get out, but does get a little bit of damage.
Okay, Ratchet 100% would have flashed if they started Q, but instead went for that W, and this is going to be a bit of a problem for the Olaf. Does not have any defensive abilities, does not have really the ability to survive a dive. But it's just sort of not a half-baked dive, I'll call it, but a dive where you aren't fully committing to controlling the top side because they did not invade the Ivern for the sake of that Elise being on that same side. It is going to be good for the Cassante to stay out of that Olaf lane for a bit. But with the Nautilus moving up, with the Ivern being on this side, it is not going to be as dangerous for this Olaf, especially now that Elise will most likely get spotted out here. Yes, is spotted as the pings show on the top side here.
Is seen, going to be able to get that stun on to Fails. Fortnite still going in, is going to get rooted, but Cyankip is now going to be in trouble, going to be down to half HP, going to be forced to flash, not able to get the latch on with their E ability. And so it will just be a flash in that exchange. But during all of that time, we're taking a look at the bottom lane. Zeha has had a field day here, farming up now 20 to 8 in favor of the Corki. But now we're looking at Slappy Joe potentially in trouble, going to get dove. Ratchet going to be very low, will fall to Fails and that Ignite, as Barco Duck will take 1 extra turret shot, making that a 1-for-1 play in the top lane. First blood goes to Barco Duck.
I think it's really critical that Barco Duck was able to actually get that kill. Zeha should be fine here. Is going to lose the HP trade. Especially now that Cyankip is here. I think it's going to flash late as well. That is, I would argue, a bit of a misplay from the Bark of War top laner there to actually give a kill back to the Corki. I feel like, yes, you see a solo kill in your eye, but, you know, the Ivern got pushed out of top side, was going to go towards that bot lane, especially, you know, when you see what camps were taken. I feel like it's only natural that this Corki would only step up with that amount of mana if they knew someone was close in support. But I think credit has to go to the Bark of War side. They were able to really have a good dive on that top side. I think Ratchet played it to perfection there. Iris Bounty Hunter, yeah, I was gonna say, you cannot miss your flash there, or you cannot miss your charm there and hope to get out of this lane unscathed. I think it's smart to have done that. They're able to stay in lane with as much HP as possible. And then, yeah, I mean, just take a look at the CS numbers if we can real quick, just because Corki is up 10 CS. Is going to have a wave coming back to them as well with the bounce from that bot side. Barco Duck does have that kill advantage, but has not really had, I think... no, the benefit is absolutely that you put this Olaf behind. So it has, I think, had the effect that was desired from this Bark of War side. Yes, you're paying the price of Corki being strong, but it does mean that Zeha now will sort of have to put this game on their back, at least until Slappy Joe can get, you know, an item or two and get back into the game, because Havoc is going to be disproportionately stronger despite the death early on.
And now I agree with, you know, Zeha being the one that is going to have this game on their shoulders, especially if they're continuing to scale up. Zeha has a lot of confidence in themselves, has always had confidence as a player, and so I'm expecting them to feel very comfortable with that position. We take a look at the other parts of the map. I watched Barco Duck, though, do a very good job of getting back to that can-and-a-half lane at a pretty early time. Let's take a look at a dive once again here from Barco Duck. Fortnite in position. That control word given a little bit earlier. No flash available for Slappy Joe. Is now going to get stunned, and that is going to be bye-bye, but Ratchet takes the kill.
Ratchet does take it. I don't think that's Ratchet taking the kill. I think that's just, you know, the carry's not last hitting correctly. I feel like there's no world where Slappy Joe gets out of there. Ratchet, I think, took the kill with E. I want to say was probably where that kill got taken. That is going to mean that they're going to get grubs, which is going to be very good for this red side here. More so for the fact that it's going to deny Slappy Joe even more later on once his Olaf has enough to start winning in the side lane. I do think that Akuma probably has to try and trade a dragon here if they're not going to get plates on the bot side. Because credit has to go to Havoc. Havoc has been playing well. Havoc has been farming under tower, keeping Zeha off the plates for the most part. And now Slappy Joe has gotten the message. The Olaf is here, and they're going to try and start spamming plates on this bot side, which, remember, does not have the same sort of bulwark that the top lane towers do.
Fails. It's going to push Havoc away, and take a look at that turret plate damage. Looking at about half HP. Maybe going to try to get that third one with a cannon wave coming through. Havoc going to try to find their way back. We'll see if they are able to.
They will lose the push battle because of the 3 grubs taken, though. So they do have to be a little bit careful, especially with Elise and Hui hovering on this bot side of the map.
Yeah, and they're making this conscious choice to go for this push here. They're going to get that 4th turret plate back from the Barco Duck bottom lane. As for Havoc is going to get rooted under tower. Going to get a little bit of damage in onto Fails, and that is a big turret shot there. Slappy Joe going to pop Ghost to be able to get out. Daisy is also going to come through as well. But a great stun from Fortnite. That's going to be Fortnite taking out Cyan Kip. It's going to deny any chance of Dragon, and now Slappy Joe is at 1 HP.
That's really tragic. I don't know if Cyan Kip meant for Daisy to start hitting Fortnite, but it was a great Ash arrow from Barco Duck from the base to actually land onto the Ivern there. I mean, well played again. It's a really, really good way to recover from that play. That had been going so well for the side of Akuma. They were going to be able to probably get that tower as well, despite, you know, the best efforts of Havoc, who did keep their flash. Wasn't level 6, so that's the only real reason I think they were able to make that dive happen. But Barco Duck is going to be so rich in this game with the amount of plates that they're getting. Currently only up about 100 gold though on the Corki, given the fact that the Corki does have, you know, I think 1 or 2 solo plates and a kill as well. But the CS, looking at the 80 carries, back to pretty much dead even, despite the early advantage that Zeha had. And on the top side, still gonna be 10 CS advantage for Havoc and a 6-5 advantage for that Cassante. Is going to be pretty important. I don't know. Okay, Slappy Joe now hitting 6 means that the Olaf can start fighting a little bit on this top side, or at least start ignoring the Cassante as Lonry gets the red.
Fortnite now level 6, but is going to get stunned. Going to be very low, though. Going to land a stun in on a Fails, and is now going to be 1 HP. Zeha cannot land the rocket. The Spiders are going to take that one. Ratchet fairly low. Cyan Kip forced to flash away again, and that is another kill for Barco Duck, this time on Fails.
Yeah, I mean, getting that 1 kill onto Fails is going to be really good. They get the red buff as well, so it's a bit of a heist from this Bark of War side. And we said it in draft. Their whole thing is going to be that, you know, they're going to be egoing, they're going to be skill checking, they're going to be in the face of this Akuma Distortion side. And if they can't take the heat, then it's going to be hard for them to actually reach their scaling goals, you know, with the Ivern, with the Corki. And I think the game is off to a great pace. I think if you're Bark of War, maybe you wish you were up, you know, probably closer to 1,000 gold than you are to 500. But you do have 3 grubs. You do have that first dragon of the game. It is going to be that cloud into a hex. So a fair number of good souls available to them. I think Ocean would be very, very nice for this red side this game, as Havoc might be all in here by Slappy Joe. No, not going to go for it. Does not quite know where the Elise is, or actually knows all too well, rather, where that Elise is on the top side.
And a little bit of a heist there from Cyankip, doing a great job with their camp management. Clears the bottom 3 camps, gets the grub, and also gets the red buff. Play now in the bottom lane. Fails is going to get stunned by the Enchanted Crystal Arrow and will go down. Zeha has no mana and has to stay under tower. Is going to be forced to back here. Potential dive opportunity from Barco Duck if they're able to find it in time. Does not look like they will go for it. Instead, they will push up the wave. Might be able to get another turret plate. We're almost 11 minutes in, and we have seen 4 turret plates taken by both sides.
I mean, yeah, 4 turrets taken, 1,000 gold, as I just said, is now going to be the advantage for Bark of War. And I think the fact that we're dying on the side lane without the intervention of the jungle is a really worrying sign if you are an Akuma fan, just because you really need this Elise to commit her time, and rather overcommit her time to going for plays in order to actually get an advantage out of this Ivern. And if they're able to 1v1, 2v2, it is going to be very hard to Cyankip trying to go for some solo grubs here. Fortnite, though, gonna spot it out, as the topside matchup is actually not in their favor for Akuma. It is gonna be Havoc moving first. Max taking a big chunk of damage from that charm, though.
Boy Grub's gonna get taken. It's gonna be Barco Duck and Akuma both being able to take, or actually Barco Duck taking 4. Akuma was able to eke out 2. And so we'll be seeing that Rift Herald here at 14 minutes time. Gonna take a long time before that happens. Zeha gonna be forced to flash away from Ratchet's Ignite play. Nice movement there. And we haven't really been talking about the mid lanes yet, but they've been scaling up nicely, close to that 10 CS a minute mark. Malignant's completed for Bounty Hunter. Mag's very close to being able to get their first item as well. And they're now going to be starting to look around, trying to maybe find those roaming plays and get in on the action.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that this Ahri has not really left mid lane, I feel like is a bit of a problem considering how much skirmishing there has been around the map. Although that credit has to go to Mags, though, who has been able to do a good job of, this is going to be all in probably from Slappy Joe here.
Ragnarok coming through. Havoc going to be in trouble, going to be forced to flash for flash. Oh boy, Havoc outplays Slappy Joe. Huge ultimate there from Havoc, gets out the Olaf, uses both of their summoner spells, and they'll be down for 17 seconds. Huge play. And now a response from Akuma Distortion as Bounty Hunter's going to teleport into the bottom lane, misses everything. Ratchet and Barco Duck are just fine. They will go back under tower, get that minion wave, and be just fine. And now it's a teleport advantage for Barco Duck.
Yeah, I think that was a great, I mean, just a lack of communication from the side of Akuma there. We saw Zeha Valkyrie away while the TP was coming in, and then the cherry on top is IRS Bounty Hunter just whiffing both abilities versus an Alistar who just now got flashback. But yeah, the map is falling apart a little bit. I think if Slappy Joe was able to get that solo kill on top side, maybe you're feeling a little bit better in this situation. But in the last 2 minutes, the gold lead has skyrocketed by about 2,500 in favor of Bark of War. And with the second dragon spawning in a minute's time, they're able to get 4 grubs. I'm trying to think what you do if you're Akuma here. You have your first item on your Ivern. You are nowhere near your first item really on the Olaf, especially after that solo kill incident. This Havoc now is just full on winning this matchup now. Look at the items on this Cassante. It is all armor. Slappy Joe going to dodge the Q3 though. That is going to keep them alive for the time being. But take a look at the map. There's an Alistar and there is an Elise. They are on the hunt. Ward will spot the cow though, and Ratchet knows.
Yeah, Slappy Joe going to be able to get out, but Barco Duck might be able to take some of the camps that Cyankip was looking to get. Fortnite, oh boy, gets it with the flash, misses the stun, but it doesn't matter as towers are now going to go down across the rift. 2 now down in the side lanes for Bark of War. And with that top lane advantage, this power play is going to result in Bark of War easily being able to take this Rift Herald. What is the response here from Akuma? They're going to have Zeha and Fails go into the mid lane, trying to maybe get some damage in on that. Enchanted Crystal Arrow, wow! Cyankip does have that redemption, going to be able to get a little bit of healing there, but it's not going to be enough to keep him alive. And that is going to be the 3rd kill for Barco Duck in that 80 roll. Kraken Slayer completed. Rift Herald now online. Only a little bit of damage onto that mid tier 1 tower there for Akuma Distortion. And this mid game is turning into an absolute disaster for Zeha and co.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be able to knock down this mid lane turret. They might actually save the HP as well on the Herald. No, will not do so. but they're going to be able to get this turret, and I think that's really important. They should be able to get the charge too. Zeha is not walking around the Herald to get the actual hit onto the eye. Ratchet taking a whole lot of damage from Ahri there, but I'm trying to wrap my head around what I just saw during that sequence. It was, I would argue, a lazy recall from the Olaf. I think if that Alistar is there, I feel like you have to know the Elise is going to be there, especially regarding the fact that, you know, the Herald was spawning. It was a bit of a bold move to continue recalling, but I think once Elise flashed and missed Cocoon, you just have to hope that she gives up the chase. Lonely did not, so not very fortunate there. And then Cyan Kip and their bot lane just not on the same page. They're trying still somehow to contest that Herald, and it just was not possible. As Lonely now gonna be able to get this Gromp, but there's a lot of members here in support of their Elise and Cyan Kip. Your Ahri is still pushing the wave. You only have fails, and it's going to be 4 members now. Enchantress are up in about 3 seconds.
Tower will go down, and Bounty Hunter should be able to get out, and Enchantress are going to land in. Another charm misses from Bounty Hunter, and now Fails is in trouble. Redemption used, but Mags will get their first kill of the game against the Nautilus. Now 17-second power play for Bark of War. Gonna rotate up into the mid lane as Zeha's going to try to steal away that tower in the mid, looking to be able to get it, does get it, but now Ratchet might have overextended there a little bit. Bounty Hunter and Cyan Kipper there. Another charm misses by Bounty Hunter. Ratchet gonna get slowed by the snipe, and Barco Duck is now in pursuit. Unbreakable Will is there, flashing forward to be able to get the knockup in on a Bounty Hunter who has very little mana, but will be able to complete the kill on to the Alistar, their second death of the game.
I actually don't know if Barco Duck had to walk away there. That Ahri was out of mana, was out of abilities, and the Iron had just used the shield on themselves. I think Barco Duck was a little bit too anxious there in that moment and could have actually walked them down. But it's the safer play to walk back. And I don't know. That was a great turn from Ratchet, I feel like, but was unfortunately met with the overwhelming amount of HP that was remaining on the members of Akuma, so unable to make any use of that. But gold lead still sitting at about 3k for the side of Bark of War. Akuma now fully reaching their first items on each of their members. Zeha trying to get to that Manamune as fast as they can, as well as Ahri trying to get to, I believe it's going to be that Leandri second. And yeah, I mean, we've been seeing just a great combination from Lonely and from Ratchet, moving around the map with good coordination to try and actually catch out the oversteps and the misplays of this Akuma side. And I think Akuma have sort of just been, they've sort of been, you know, what's the phrase? Bare knuckle? Is that what it's called when you just hold on to what you're trying to do and you won't let go? That sort of seems like what they've been trying to do. They're just like, you know, we'll keep playing the way we're gonna play, and we'll scale and we'll get there in time. It doesn't, like, we're not worried about what they do so long as we're maximizing our gold income.
Well, I mean, let's take a look here in the bottom lane. We're gonna see if this play from Mags and Laundry bears fruit. Root is going to land. That charm is going to land in on to Mags. Spirit Rush is now coming through, but Mags is going to land their ultimate in on the Cyan Kip, and they will go down. Fortnite is on a rampage, and now Barco Duck comes in, gets the shutdown. That shutdown, thanks to the minions that Bounty Hunter has had, and that is going to increase the lead for Barco Duck. They are now up almost 5,000 gold.
That is true. That is true. The only good thing, the only positive I can state is that Bounty Hunter was able to get that wave in before that play happened, and so it is going to be a delayed power play from the side of Bark of War. They have to now push in that bot wave all the way from their tier 2 to the Akuma tier 2. On the flip side, Zeha now, I don't know if you realize what you've actually chewed off here, Zeha.
Slappy Joe opting whether or not they want to help and decide, no, I don't want to help the Corki, and will try to back away. Another aggressive back there does not get denied. All of that time, though, that minion wave in the bottom lane, finally going to reach that tier 2 tower, going to get it down past that 33% mark. But they are not scared of Bounty Hunter right now. That is another charm landing from Bounty Hunter. Spirit Rush is going to come through, and now Bounty Hunter wants his kill on the Barco. Duck Cyan Kip is there, and Slappy Joe will come in and pick up their second kill of the game. Ratchet is next. Unbreakable Will done, and that's going to be the second kill for Bounty Hunter. But Havoc teleports in,
Flash.
trying to help out their team. But are they going to be able to get out of this one? It does not look like it, but they are going to take a lot of time off the clock. Slappy Joe will pick up 2 in that exchange. Meanwhile, Barco Duck will pick up the middle tier 2 tower.
This is kind of the last thing that Barco want to be doing, is want to be trading gold back when they are a team that sort of, I would argue, falls off a cliff with the like of Elise and with the like of Ashe, who, yes, are strong, yes, are scaled better into the game than they used to in times past. And also, I didn't sweep, did I? No, I lost out on that last one.
You did not sweep. It is a point for me.
Tragic. But anyway, it's a good dragon, I think, for this blue side here. I think they're going to be able to withstand a bit of the damage. Great hook from Fails to be able to interrupt that headbutt, but a little bit out of position.
Oh no, Fails. Dragon was taken by Akuma Distortion, but with now Fails dead, and they know the multiple members of Akuma are at Dragon, are they going to see if they can pressure a Baron play? And it looks like they will. Fortnite and Barco Duck, with that Kraken Slayer, going to be dealing that damage. The spiders are going to come through as well. Akuma Distortion knows that they're coming in, but this Baron
does a lot of damage. Baron is doing a whole lot of damage. Flash from Ratchet.
Oh, great headbutt. Isaiah's going to be able to Valkyrie away. Nice rooting. Nice overall management there by Akuma Distortion. But now Baron is in trouble. 3,000 HP remaining on it. Ratchet's gonna be the one taking all of the Ragnarok from Slappy Joe, but now Barco Duck is the target. Will go down. We've got 3 members of Barco Duck now trying to come through. Havoc is back. Chaos is back. It's a nice trench line onto Havoc, and Akuma Distortion are doing so well in this fight until they don't. Havoc survives. Mag gets a double kill, and Barco Duck win this team fight by the skin of their teeth. Ratchet will go in and sacrifice their life for the cause, but they will get the ace for Barco Duck and the first of this series.
That was a great fight for Bark of War. They were so close. They didn't get the Baron in the end, but I think getting a 5 for 2 is absolutely worth it. Or, sorry, I would say a 6 for 2, because Fails died, I think, twice in that sequence of plays. But yeah, no, it looked so good at the start for the side of Akuma. Their damage dealers in the Ashe and the Elise were split away from the fight, but that's what I was saying about this Cassandra champion. It does not matter how much gold, how much XP the Cassandra champion has. It is going to be a menace in the fights and mags as well, in combination with Ratchet, grouping up the carries and the damage dealers of Akuma to be able to deal massive AoE damage. It is exactly how you would have drawn it up. And then the fact that both Lonry and Barco Duck were able to join in the end, it was a very, very well coordinated fight from this red side here. And they're sitting now 6,000 gold in the advantage, and now trying to set up more vision properly so they can bait another good fight. I think the only risk is something we were seeing when they were hitting the Baron before, was that it does a lot of damage. And so unless you have Alistar or the Cassandra tanking it, it is really hard to do it safely.
Teleport is available for Bounty Hunter, as Akuma Distortion are now going to take Bark of War off of it. Daisy's going to drop. Fails is going to be low again. Does not have depth charge available yet, but is going to get a nice shield from Cyan Kip. Not enough to keep him alive. Daisy is going to go down as well. And so Fails is now dead. We've got Bounty Hunter, who did not teleport, now roaming up into the mid lane. But another power play for Bark of War. They are looking to get this Baron down, and it looks like Akuma Distortion are going to seed Baron. Maybe not, though. They push the mid wave in and are now going into Baron Nashor. 5,000 HP remaining on it. Another root is going to land on a Ratchet. Ratchet is going to be relatively low and is going to go down. Going to be taken by Bark of War. Are they going to be able to get out with it, though? Zaya comes in. Massive damage from the Corki, who's going to pick up multiple kills there. And a return ace from Akuma Distortion.
Wait, they might try and end here. They're at least going to get very far into the base. They have all their carries up, and it's only Alistar. No, they can't end. They don't have a wave just in time, but they're going to get very far into the base here, probably to an inhib, as Cyan kept taking a whole lot of damage here. That is a really, really hard-won fight from the side of Akuma there. If they had that wave alive, it might have been a different story, but with Ashe spawning in 5 seconds time, it might just be this tower end out, considering the Enchanted Crystal era is back up and they have a dragon in a minute's time, as well as a couple waves on the side they really need to catch. That top wave is fairly large. It is a cannon wave that is double stacked, so maybe you want to go and grab that one. But on the way out, they're going to take the spoils of war and grab away the extra camps, as Ratchet is going to try and be a little bit sneaky, try and find them, but is now caught caught out by the vision cone of that crab going down. Sorry. And yeah, I mean, look at the items though from Mags here. Finished a full bench. He says fail is just an arrow magnet in this one. Gonna get stunned up by the entire team of this Bark of War side, and is going to be dead for the spawn of this 4th dragon. It is going to be a rough one for the side of Akuma to actually get, back onto this. And I feel like it's so tragic for Akuma in this game. I feel like they have had such a hard time actually keeping whatever momentum they gain, because either Fails is out of position or Bark Go Duck has been able to land some crazy good arrows. It's just been a little bit unfortunate for them, but I mean, credit to Bark of War. They have been able to keep Akuma on their toes, and they've been able to make the most amount of use of their pick potential. Dragon will get started as Slappy Joe trying to drag some attention to that top side.
And I was, wanting to comment on this because it kind of felt like Akuma was ceding some of their team fight ability with that second item pick from Slappy Joe. They go for the Hull Breaker, and they haven't really had an opportunity to capitalize on it yet. They finally get a tower down with it, so a little bit of a return on investment on that solo lane item. But I feel like you could have gone for something a little bit better if you wanted to play more of that team fight oriented build there for the Olaf.
I don't think he does. Because
I don't think he does either, because it goes with the Hull Breaker.
Well, he has the Hull Breaker, but also he doesn't have teleport. He has Flash and Ghost, which is notoriously what Olafs will do if they just want to dominate the side lane. It didn't happen in this game, which is why we saw the swap from Barco Duck and Ratchet to that top side. A lot of times, if Olafs do want to participate in their team, they will go for TP and Ghost. So it still allows them to have dominance in the lane, but then also they can join the fights later on while they're getting side lane pressure. Did not go for it this game, so fully committing to that split push style. And I wouldn't be surprised if Slappy Joe just full pushes his top lane until they get ganked. And just tries to take someone with them while the rest of their team is able to push in lanes and really try and open up map pressure somewhere else. But instead, we'll be just pushing in that top side and going to match the Cassante on the bot side. As a bit of a friction here on the mid lane. Popped.
Bounty Hunter not going to predict that charm. Going to go back in onto Bark Go Duck. Going to be forced to flash away. Going to get some shielding from Cyan Kip, and is going to be able to get out. Now here comes Slappy Joe. Flashing forward. Going to be forcing out Bark Go Ducks on the barrier and flash as well. And now Akuma Distortion with an open inhibitor to take are going to be able to take that mid lane inhibitor, but are they going to be able to get out of it though? It looks like they're going to have a fight from Fortnite. Not going to be able to get it. Havoc is now on the side lane though. Looking to potentially go for the flank. There. Oh boy, gonna go in. Gonna get a nice stun on the two members, but Zaya's gonna be safe. Havoc gonna go back, trying to be able to survive, but Vale's gonna come through, gonna be able to land a root. Mag's now in trouble. Fortnite in trouble. Bark of War might be collapsing here by our very eyes. But no, Mags is there to pick up one. Bark of Duck will be able to take out Slappy Joe, so it ends up being a 2-for-2 in the end. Fails the Slappy Joe down. I don't know who wins that place, FT. I think it's Akuma because they get the inhibitor.
I think Akuma because of the inhibitor. I think Akuma because they're scaling and they get gold as well. The wheels, I will not say have fallen off. I think the fact that Bark of War is still, they're very, very much so still in this game. I think with the ability that they've shown to play around Vision and play around the missteps of, Fails especially, but also Iris Bounty Hunter and Slappy Joe, who've just gotten too aggressive in the side lanes on the jungle. I would call it neutral because, the waves will not be that hard for Mags to clear, for Barco Duck to clear. It'll probably be neutral in the mid lane, probably until this Baron spawns. But even then, I think both these teams are good enough at managing their side waves. I think that is the entire reason, by the way, that this Akuma team is still so close in this game, is that they have been managing and pushing out their side waves before they do anything. So despite the fact that they've been losing plays, despite the fact that, some of the trade kills have not gone their way, every single time, for the most part, they have had waves pushed in. So when Bark of War wins those engagements, they are not capitalizing and they are not going for extra towers and extra jungle camps. They are left to, clean up the play that Akuma set up. But now, Baron spawning in 12 seconds time, I do not imagine we are going to see another, snap engagement unless it is absolutely free, because a single mistake can lose you the game here.
Bark of War going to land it. Fails going to be able to get out.
That's a great trade cooldown for Barco Duck. That is a, what is it? That is a 2-minute Mikhail's Blessing for a 76-second Ash Arrow. That is 45 seconds of advantage, and Slappy Joe now is a little bit caught here.
No flash available. Does have Ragnarok. Might have to pop it to get out. Gonna get caught by the ultimate. Is not gonna go back in. Gonna try to get some damage in onto the Ash, but no, Mags will obliterate the Olaf, and that is the pick that Bark of War maybe wants to go for Baron or maybe go for more. They also have 3 dragons, and with the final Ocean Drake spawning in 30 seconds, they could go for some big plays here. Fail's gonna land a nice root. The Charm is gonna land as well onto Havoc. Havoc gonna be very low. Gonna get rooted once again. Gonna get ignited, but is gonna be able to get out.
Absolutely shredded. Yeah, has TP though. Can be able to get back to this if they need to. But look at that mid wave. It is in thanks to the help of the super minions. But the Baron is going down 4K now.
Baron is going to go to the way of Bark of War. Charm is going to land in on Reg. Going to be able to get a nice knock up. It's going to be 1 down for Akuma Distortion, but it's going to be 2 down, 3 down now for Akuma Distortion, as Havoc is the only casualty so far. Ratchet as well. Nice damage there from Zeha. Going to be able to take out Laundry. Zeha is still alive. And somehow Akuma Distortion come out of that play relatively even. Baron is still available on 2 members of Bark of War, but take a look at Bark of War's Nexus. Oh boy.
To take a decent chunk, half damage onto that tower there. But let's remember, those towers are going to regen a bit. It is not going to be quite the same as next patch. I believe next patch towers on the Nexus are going to respawn, if I remember that correctly. So no more cheesy backdoor nonsense. But yeah, TP on Havoc in 10 seconds. Loner will be spawning a few seconds after that, and so it does look like Akuma is going to have first move onto the map. No TP available on that Ivern or on that Olaf, but this fight is going to be a little bit different, as if you take a look at these flash timers from Bounty Hunter and from Slappy Joe, they will be available, as Zeha going to be the only person on this dragon to begin with. I think it's really greedy that Cyan Kip is going for these buffs. Oh my goodness, that is so greedy. I think you had about a 10-second power play with Lonry off the map, and you decide to use that to take 2 camps. I think that's not worth it unless you're hitting 16 on the Ivern. But here we go. Daisy Pop going to land onto the guard, breaking the spell shield.
Yeah, 4 knockup's gonna come in. Zeha still not level 16 though. Ratchet gonna drop the Unbreakable Will. Fail's gonna be forced to flash away. Olaf trying to go in, and a Barco Duck has so much resistance, but is unable to survive thanks to all of Bark of War's damage. And now that's Slappy Joe dead. No Ghost as well. And all of Akuma Distortion have low health bars and only 1 teleport available. Bark of War are not only going to have 2 Baron players, but are also going to have Ocean Soul looking to end this game with huge buffs on the Rift.
That was a great engage from Ratchet there onto both Cyan Kip, and I think it was Fails as well. While not, the prime targets, they are 2 targets that are, if CC'd, can really spell what the Cyan Kip is gonna. All right, sounds good. Well played.
Well,
anyway,
we'll have to wait and see. We do have a play here coming in from Bark of War. They're gonna go for the inhibitor, and they will get it.
What?
I don't know what that was from Barco Duck. I think that might have been a whiff. Mad B coming through. They will take the inhibitor, and then they will back off. 26 seconds remaining on Baron Nashor. Inhibitor respawn for them in the mid lane, and so now they control the Rift. They control what they want to do next. Elder Drake not going to be up for another 5 minutes. Big damage onto Laundry, though. Nice stun going to land. Bounty Hunter going to be able to get it, though. Cyan Kip comes in for the assist. And that's going to be Akuma Distortion now with 47 seconds without the Elise.
And this is sort of the point that will decide to the game, I think. How can Akuma actually make use of this 40 seconds without the jungler of Bark of War? I think they know what they want to do. They want to play for this top tower, and I think something that they need to think of going into this next fight is how can we keep the Corki engaged, because that entire dragon fight Corki was left out of the front line, was not able to hit a single member, I believe, for the first probably 5 seconds of that team fight, and so it was just Slappy Joe pushing them back while I think Zeha was trying to run away from Havoc on the side. But here we go, Charm going to land onto the Cassante. Alistar going in, finds that knock up onto Fails. Barco Duck is doing so much damage to the front line, but the Cassante is going to go in with the Alistar, who does pop the ulti. It is going to be a 1-4-0. Now on the other side, it will, I believe, be a tower traded by that Olaf. But the play is not done. Cyan Kip now getting hunted. No Crystal Arrow.
Root's gonna get the Cassante. Bark go Duck And Ratchet trying to come through. They will be able to get that Scuttle Crab. Going to clear out any vision that might have been in the river. There is none right now. Next Baron is going to spawn in 150, and that is a very aggressive back from Cyankip, who is now very much in trouble all alone. This could be a disaster for Akuma Distortion. These aggressive backs have been so terrible for them. Oh dear. Bark of War now with a power play for the next 50 seconds.
Yeah, that is a massively staggered death timer, especially with both mid and top wave coming in. It is going to be very hard without your Ivern, I feel like, to actually fight this, because despite the fact that yes, it's just a support, yes, it's an Ivern, that is the majority of your Olaf's staying power. As we get a quick pause, we'll resume right away. But 30 seconds, that is 30 seconds of Baron setup that this Ivern will not be around for. And that will probably result in this tower going down, the top inhib tower going down, and maybe even the top inhib as well. Considering, at any second, Barco Duck could probably just throw this Ash Arrow as TP now coming in from Hwei.
Mags is now here. There is that structure damage coming in. Nice charm once again from Bounty Hunter. Laundry and Havoc are relatively low, and that is going to be the spectator bump that we all expect. Inhibitor will now go down. Slappy Joe does not have Ghost available, but does have Flash. Going to miss the axe and will walk away. 45 seconds remaining until Baron spawns. Vision control goes to Bark of War.
Yeah, I mean, this is what you're worried about. They get the inhib, they get the vision setup. It's not probably as much as I think Bark of War would like. They had some wards that they scattered around during the Ivern chase, but Ratchet should be able to base, should be able to come back onto the map with 4 full wards. No one really else being able to put down a wards. You have a blue trinket onto Havoc, but on the other side, take a look at those trinkets for the side of Akuma Distortion. They are fully prepared to play the vision game. It's going to be a full set of wards as well onto Fails, and we are here. We are here on this top side of the river. First wave going to go down in favor of Akuma as Fails trying to sweep away those pesky flank wards. Arrow going to go wide. It was off screen, so no crystal arrow from Barco Duck. But the whole team is here. Ratchet has Flash should they decide to go for a play.
And it looks like they might want it. Axe is going to land from Slappy Joe, who's going to go in. Ragnarok is still available. Ghost is up, but is now going to have to use Ragnarok to try and get away, as well as Redemption, which is denied. Huge cooldowns not going to be available for Akuma Distortion, as it is now a 4v5. Bounty Hunter is going to be late to this defense, as they did have to back. Fails is going to land a nice charge on to Laundry. Lots of damage on a Ratchet. Another drum is going to land in on a Havoc, who's dangerously low. Going to be forced to flash away. And this defense still holds for Akuma Distortion in this 38-minute contest. Zaya has one big Gom, gonna get a lot of damage on some Mags, but it's not enough. Barco Duck has the barrier, gonna be able to get out with that Flash. Zaya's gonna get shut down. Bounty Hunter gonna try to save this one, but it doesn't look like they're gonna be able to.
I don't know.
Get 2 though. Spirit Rush back up. Another Spirit Rush proc. Havoc is dealing damage to the Nexus. And Bark of War will win this game in what must be a heartbreaking defeat for Akuma Distortion.
Yes and no. I feel like if you're Akuma, you know, it's a hard fought game. You sort of were able to drag yourself back from behind, but you just had far too many slip ups, far too many overextensions. I think Fails needs to get bonked in the head for how many times he, got caught out there. I mean, yeah, we take a look at these grass here. The gold was really never in doubt. Apart from, maybe that one little slip, that one little fight around Baron that went really well for the side of Akuma. But I mean, I think the story shows it was just an out macroing and an out pick composition from this Bark of War side. I think they played really well as a team. And I really think that was the difference. I think, you look at it, if I had to sum this down, it was Bark of War won because they played really well as a team, and Akuma lost because they tried to play too individually, is sort of how I put it, because, I mean, every play pretty much started with either Nautilus getting hit by an Ash Arrow, Olaf being dead, or Ivern getting caught out somewhere. But credit to Bark of War. I think this is a really, really good way to open up this series. You hand Akuma their first loss of the season, of the split. Not even of match, of game. That is their first game loss. That is something to think about going into game number 2.
And it's one of those games where Akuma just did not have I think at Identity, moving into the mid game, was disastrous for them. And I look at Zeha on the Corki, which I don't think played poorly. They were consistent with Bark Go Duck on the Ashe in terms of damage, but almost 40 minutes into the game, you're not yet level 18. You weren't really able to capitalize on some of that early advantage that you got with the CS, with the early kills, with the early stacking on that tier. And I would have expected that, but I think that Bark of War limited it severely because of the power of that skirmish potential. How many times did Akuma get caught out with their pants down with a bad back or bad positioning that then gave Bark of War the opportunity to clean up some of those laning messes there that Bounty Hunter and Zeha were trying to make for them? And when we go into game 2, I'm curious to see how Akuma Distortion is going to respond to this. No more Ashe, no more Elise, no more Corki for the rest of this series. So we're going to have to see what game 2 has to in store for us. We're going to take a quick break, and when we return, it will be draft for game 2. So don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to the start of game 2 here. Bark of War is going to be on blue side after defeating Akuma Distortion. And before we get into the draft, I think both these teams, like you were saying in the postgame, very happy with the results in game 1. For Bark of War, yes, they get the win, but Akuma Distortion made them fight for it. That was a 38-minute game. And we'll have to see if that trend continues as we move into game 2. Bark of War are going to ban away some of the same champions that they did in game 1 with the Gwen and the Zyra. Skarner and Volibear are going to get taken away. And as you can see at the bottom of your screen, the 10 champions no longer available for play in this series. You can see below.
Yeah, despite the fact that we have swapped sides, the bans have... Well, the bans from Akuma have stayed the same. Bark of War have swapped it up. We are banning Vladimir now. Now, I don't know about you, Moose, but I have not seen Vladimir outside of my solo queue games in a very long time.
It's a target.
I think the last time was honestly probably when I was playing it in top lane, and that was like 3 years ago in comp. And you know, it was like GP Kale Vlad meta was the meta in platinum at the time. But no, this thing's gonna get left on the table. Was not banned this game by Bark of War, and so they're going to pick it up for Bark Go Duck there in that bot lane. I don't think there's any doubt that it's going bot. On the other side, Akuma gonna match with that Seraphine, so I would hope that they pair it with a Caitlyn as well. I think it'd be very interesting to see a full pushing bot lane into the likes of a Ziggs, because generally, you know, you think of the Ziggs as they'll farm bot and you can just go somewhere else, but into Seraphine Kate, it is very, very hard to actually make it happen. And obviously it could be something else, but Seraphine is going to get locked in. It could obviously flex to the AD spot, but Jay's going to get paired alongside it, so a lot of long range damage coming from Akuma so far. Logging, you know, trying to match the hand that Bark Go Duck are going for. No longer are we going for this one team scales. One team is, you know, trying to rush the tempo of the game. We are matching poke, and that's all we're gonna do the whole game.
Oh, I mean, we gotta check Akuma Distortion here. If they took the time in between games to maybe say this is what we need to do better in the mid game, I think that this game will go better for them. But they're drafting a very similar comp where we're going to be seeing Tear of the Goddesses. We're going to be seeing those mid game power spikes. Potential for that team fight is there. And now on a Bark of War, that difference is going to be that Bark of War is also going to be looking to go for that team fight. But this time, they also have the siege damage to go with it. Tristana is going to be in there, as well as the Pyke. Huge assassination attempt is now available for them, and huge siege damage.
Yeah, I mean, Pyke is very good into Seraphine. The heal comes down after, you know, a very long time on that W, and so you have a decent amount of time to actually land that ulti. Gotta get matched with the Bel'Veth though from Akuma Distortion. Was banned in that game number 1, so Cyankip gonna get one of their more preferred junglers. But keep in mind, it's going to be off the table for the rest of the series. But Bark of War going for... I want to imagine that it's a Tristana mid. But I feel like Tristana mid has been nerfed so many times that it might just be a Tristana bot versus a Seraphine lane with Pyke. It is a very, very aggressive and volatile bot lane. But we're going into second round of bans. It's going to be Ornn taken off the table by Akuma Distortion. I'm curious who this Jace is going to. I can only imagine it's going for IRS Bounty Hunter. I feel like Slappy Joe is more of a in-your-face melee type of guy. He's going to be playing, you know, your tanks and your bruisers, but we will have to see. There's no real engage on the side of Akuma Distortion right now besides the Encore. And on the side of Bark of War, they have a whole lot of range and a whole lot of hooks from the Spike.
Yeah, and I mean, Slappy Joe, as well as a top laner, done very well. You know, 10 wins on their belt. Usually has about that 4 kills per game, and looking at that gold difference in most games, has been in all of the games that they won have done very well. But it was that game against Havoc that really put a dent in terms of their overall stat line. And Akuma Distortion to be banning out some of those premium top laners with that Ornn and that Shen. Both teams recognizing that both teams need some frontline power here, and so that tank build, or those tanks, are going to be very pinched. And Akuma Distortion gets their first pick of what's left. It's going to be that Leona that is going to round out that bottom lane.
Yeah, that should be Leona Seraphine, which I think is a pretty crazy bot lane. I feel like we don't really see that too often. Especially, I don't know when the last time I saw it was. I think this has to just be a comfort pick similar to what we saw from Bark of War last game, because I don't really see the identity here of this Akuma Distortion side. You have two skirmishers in Bel'Veth and Leona, and then you have like two hard scaling poke mages to pair alongside them. It is going to be the Udyr as well, a very beefy front line that has a big shield that can tank the damage from both Seraphine and Jace for the most part, as well as can soak the engage from both Bel'Veth and Leona. So I imagine we'll see another frontliner here from Bark of War, maybe something with a go button. I kind of like something like a Renekton here. Maybe something like a Gnar as well would be very good, although Gnar into Jace is a little bit yikes. And it will be that Renekton locked in, just a very standard top side. Renekton Udyr will be a very strong front line for you. And then Akuma Distortion are left sort of to decide a couple things. Either is this Seraphine going mid, is this Jace going top or mid, or do we feel like we need more damage to cut through the likes of Udyr, Renekton, and really, you know, pave a way to our front line? Because if so, I would say we go for a drain tank like Swain, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Paired with the Seraphine, it will be a whole lot of healing, and I think this is probably going to be either a Swain bot or a Swain top. I cannot imagine it goes mid versus whoever the mid laner of Bark of War is going to be, but we will find out shortly where these lanes are. But I mean, yeah, Moose, I think Akuma, they have drafted a very different composition in game number 1, and Bark of War have kept sort of that, I would say, very similar, you know, these are comfort picks of ours, we're going to hands check you, but it has a bit more of an identity than what they did last game. And with their ability to remain in sync and actually move around the map together and find plays together, this game is going to, I feel like, be a lot easier for them. They have a lot more damage, they have a lot more tools, and I would argue that they are very well warmed up as opposed to Akuma, who are sort of out of sync, never really found their groove when it came to warding together or making plays together. They team fought well, but they did not set up those team fights very well.
Definitely. And for Akuma Distortion, I think that the Swain pick, solid R5. It's a little bit unexpected. It's something that fills a role there for them. And that's the thing that I feel like a lot of teams don't have for their R5 pick, especially in the first couple of weeks of AML when we're not casting maybe some of these playoff teams. But a lot of the critique that we always have, it's like, why did you pick that R5? You could have picked that, you know, R3, R4, and it would have had the same result. But like you were talking about, that Swain is that tank drain, and that Renekton, if it doesn't get going, can fall off very quickly, could be absolutely nothing. But also Bark of War have that opportunity to put this game to bed before it even begins if Havoc is able to have a stellar performance and beat out Slappy Joe up there in the top side. So I think a lot of questions are going to be answered for the remainder of the series here. Can Akuma Distortion recover? Was that just a fluke, or is Bark of War just still that tournament winning champion squad that we know and love? With that being said, while we do that Dragon Draft, Septi, if you want to pull up what's going on in the Aegis universe this week, we can go into the Dragon Draft. It was an Ocean Soul in game 1, and it's you first again for game 2.
I'm gonna steal your Ocean Soul.
How could you?
I'm a bandwagoner.
I gave you your 3 favorite souls, and now I have to return the favor. I'm gonna go with Cloud and Hextech.
All right, well, they turned me down, so you know it is what it is. But anyway, you're going to Hextech and what else?
Cloud.
And Cloud, okay. I'm gonna go Infernal and Mountain. Give me 3 of the 4 OGs.
There we go, and I will take the new boys with the Chemtech and the Hextech and the Cloud. We have our lane assignments now completed, and unexpected decision there by Akuma Distortion. Slappy Joe is going to be that Swain in the top lane. Thoughts on that?
I'm not so surprised. Okay. I think Swain versus Tristana or Ziggs is going to be really hard. They're kind of massively outranged. At least versus Renekton, you can stack Grasp. You can, you know, try and get a lot of souls with your pulls. I don't dislike it. I think it also will give you priority for Bel'Veth. regarding those grubs. I think Renekton is very strong and can threaten the Swain if Slappy Joe missteps. So we'll have to definitely tighten up that gameplay from game number 1. I mean, let's remember we did see Bark of War go for some early swaps in game 1 to get Havoc out of a bad matchup. So they might go for it again. Akuma and Distortion have to be on their toes and be more prepared for it. They kind of didn't even. It looked like they didn't even consider it from the way they're positioning in game 1. But I'm looking to see them place down some spot rewards as we get into this game number 2. But to answer your question before we get into game number 2, just to give you guys a bit of a rundown on the rest of our schedule for the week for Akuma. We did have that week off, obviously, for the Americans to celebrate Thanksgiving and for the rest of you to get a mental break from all of your lovely League of Legends experience. But to remind people where we are in the Aegis leagues, obviously today is Tuesdays. We have the AML. It is our quarterfinals. That means we have semifinals next week on the 10th of December. Looking at our Thursdays, we have the AEL. They have their quarterfinals tomorrow versus Team Ozis versus Faceless. And then on Mondays, we have Fridays, we have our ACL, which is our uncapped league. And that is in our we're going to have our loser or our upper bracket and losers round 3, our uppers final and losers round 3 on Friday the 6th, I believe. That matchup is not posted just yet. And then on Mondays, we're going to have our semifinal of the ADL. So stick around and keep your eyes open for when those matchups get posted. But we're going to take a quick break as we get ourselves into this game. So stick around. We'll be right back with game number 2 of Bark of War versus Akuma Distortion.
And they say I have a grim sense of humor.
Welcome back, everybody, to game 2 of this quarterfinals. We've got Akuma Distortion this time, going to go with a 5-man start in the top lane. Don't want the same repeat mistake as last time. Maybe you're going to try to do the same thing as well, Septi.
Maybe they will. I mean, I think it's not the worst idea. You have Swain on the bot side, who would be able technically to farm with ranged auto attacks, but I think more likely, yeah, they're just going to go for a ward to this top side and try and spot out the pathing of Lonely, who went for pressy attack on the Udyr in this game. I'm not sure as to how what the Udyr build is these days, but I will note that Mags swapped to the mid lane and they did put Bark Go Duck onto the Tristana, so it'll be Ziggs versus Jace and Tristana versus Seraphine. Not what I would have thought, but you know, it's totally fine. It's just, you know, it's not normally what you see. I think it might just be a comfort thing for the two of them. But it looks like Ratchet and Barco Duck are going to try and do something cheeky here. Maybe land a hook onto Zeha as they walk by. And I don't like that we're walking. Oh, goodness.
Landed onto Zeha. Going to be able to get a nice root, though. Explosive charge going to Langay, get the full damage onto it, but Fails is going to deal a significant amount of damage to Barco Duck in the process as well. And that hook does not land. They will get one final shot in return. And the game is starting with a little bit of a disadvantage for Akuma Distortion as they take a significant amount in the bottom lane.
Yeah, that is a very big mistake from Zeha and Fails. I feel like you never face check that bush, especially if you think that there's a chance that they started on your bot side. They even also pinged, I think they pinged the, oh, hold on.
Oh, a lot of damage onto Zeha, though. Ratchet's going to try to go in for it. Explosive charges there. Not enough to take out Zeha. Enough potion health available as well as their healing. And are going to stay in lane. If they can get level 2, they might be able to get some healing back and will be able to outpace the healing that Barco Duck and Ratchet can go for, who have all used their summoner spells. Fails has that flash available, could go for a flash on combo if they so choose. Instead, they're going to push that way forward.
I was going to say, this is sort of something we see when it comes to mid laners a lot of the time, where they will, you see this with pro mid laners, I feel like a lot. You'll see them trade down to 1 HP, and then it sort of makes them both sort of play more reserved and just farm. And a lot of times mid laners will just, you know, sit under or sit in their lane at like 1 HP, but will just perfect farm because neither one of them really wants to go for a trade and risk getting outplayed. Especially when this ball has been so volatile, I feel like that was sort of the situation there. And going for that base there, not knowing where Cyan Kip was, I think was the smart play for Barco Duck and Ratchet, considering that the Pyke didn't have flash. The Tristana was only level 2, and it would have been hard to deal with a level 3/4 Bel'Veth, who now is going to get spotted on that bot crab, so we'll have mirrored jungle finishes. But Bel'Veth did start on her Raptors, so we'll be trying to go to defend those now, especially knowing that the Udyr is on the top side just by process of elimination, and it will look like Lonely is going to try and catch out the Bel'Veth here in this bush.
Will they be able to get it? Gonna get a lot of damage onto Cyankip. Gonna drop the Phoenix Stance as well. Going to land the stun. Flash is still available for the Bel'Veth. Gonna be able to get under tower. But now those Raptors are gonna be much harder to take for them. As we see Cyankip now licking their wounds. Maybe gonna try to go back in there. Maybe gonna drop ward. Maybe gonna get a stun on one of them. And does try to contest it. And now Laundry potentially in trouble. But does not land the smite. But Fortnite 1 HP. Bounty Hunter will take it with the flash, and that is going to be first blood for Akuma Distortion, but the fight is not over yet in the bottom lane. Marco Duck going to hold on to that flash, but takes a good amount of damage against Zeha. Ratchet's going to miss the pull. Looks like it's going to simmer down for the time being.
Yeah, I feel like, I mean, that's just a really good play from the mid jungle of IRS and Cyankip. I mean, Mags had no mana, could not outpush the chase there. I think it was well played from Cyankip. I don't know. I think they did get the entire camp as well from Lonry. So a very, very good win for the Bel'Veth. Not only the camp, but also the assist XP, as well as the ability to finish their clear is going to mean that this Bel'Veth is looking very good for both the spawn of Grubs as well as the spawn of this first dragon should they decide to go for it. And we are back into the game. Still no flashes on the AD carry or support in the ball lane here. Zeha gonna get hooked. That is not something you can do far too many more times. Don't worry about it. It's just a normal pause. But yeah, I mean, take a look at CSs. It's dead even in bot lane, dead even in mid, and there is a big CS lead currently on that top side there. I'm gonna take a quick peek at the CS. It is crashing in favor of the Renekton, so that lead should close a bit, but not the entirety 13 CS difference. And this is sort of what you want if you're picking the Swain on this topside matchup here. You want to be able to push in, to poke, as Fails. You're not allowed to be here without your Seraphine.
Okay, Root is not going to land there from Zeha. They will be able to back off. Flash is going to be over half back for both Zeha and Ratchet. Other places along the Rift, we are looking at a decent CS lead for Slappy Joe. That R5 pick Swain. Fails going to get hit by the line once again. Is going to be able to land it onto Barco Duck, but that might be a little bit too much. That's going to be the jump forward there from Barco Duck. Will be able to take out Fails. Going to flash forward. No flash available for Zeha, but they will be able to take out the Tristana to make it a 2-for-1 play so far. But Cyankip wants to make it a 2-for-2. Does not land the knock-up onto Ratchet, but is now looking to finish it. No! Ratchet, beautifully played, will get out using that flash.
Yeah, well played to survive versus the Bel'Veth. Doesn't even have to use the flash there in the end.
Did he use flash? Oh,
didn't
sorry.
have to, yeah. No, all good. All good. Didn't have it available even, so it's all good. But the dash is very quick. But on the other side, Bel'Veth not getting a kill, not really getting much of anything. Left the wave for their AD carry to go pick up. Now the other side is going to lose out on 2 of the 3 grubs. Might be able to get level 6 with... No, they're not even gonna try for it. Hits level 5 with the grubs. Also going to be going for this Herald, so we'll be very close to level 6. Bounty Hunter going to dodge the quick gank from Ratchet. But I think something has to be discussed because I think Joey, yes, you got the trade kill onto Barco Duck for your AD carry, but I think this Leona is being a tad aggressive in this bot lane here. I don't think you really need to be trading so aggressively, especially when your Seraphine has a tier and the enemy AD carry has pressed the attack and a longsword. That's just me. I could be wrong. But I think the bot lane is going fairly neutrally. Barco Duck definitely appreciates the fact that they have an extra kill. Bounty Hunter, no flash.
Going to take a little bit of damage there from Ratchet, who has been phenomenal with those pulls, having a pretty good success rate with them. Gotta get that stat checker that you're showing me during the break for the NBA. But we'll take a look at the top lane. Slappy Joe against Havoc. Havoc has been having a difficult time, but is still CSing decently well up against the Swain. But anyway, yeah, back to you, Septi.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good play in the mid. I think the fact that Bounty Hunter was able to actually get out of that without really losing too much HP is good. Doesn't matter though. Gonna be going. Oh, hold on, Slappy Joe.
Oh boy, Slappy Joe does have the demonic ascension. Dominus is gonna drop as well. Havoc gonna try to get back under tower. And nice recovery there from Ratchet, who is doing all that they can in this game to avoid excessive damage, and is now maybe looking to go in against Slappy Joe, who does not have Ghost, going to try to find the bike, and does this time. And now Slappy Joe does not have Demonic Ascension, will go down to Havoc, and Akuma Distortion top laner dead. Bark of War are now going to take the advantage topside in terms of gold.
Yeah, I mean, that is a great play onto the Swain. I thought Slappy Joe played it well at the start, but just got far too over-aggressive, overextended for the play, and ended up paying the price for it. I mean, that's sort of the worst-case scenario, I'd argue, on that top side. You use your Ghost, you use your ulti, and the kill still goes to your direct lane opponent.
Gonna get a play in the bottom lane, though. Nice jump charge from Bark, go Duck. Sidekick is now there, gonna drop a ward in the river, but was seen by Ratchet, so it will come out. Ratchet, though, is gonna go forward, gonna get knocked up. Does have the dash to be able to get back under tower and will be able to do so, but does not land the stun. Will land another pull onto Sidekick, who is ascended at this point. Dragon taken by Bark of War. No other abilities available. Does not land that skewer. And that should be the end of that play.
Yeah, no, it absolutely is. But I think it was a good roam from Sidekick to try and make a play there, try and get some pressure onto the Tristana. It's not going to end up too much. Now I think it's going to be critical for Fails to get out of the spot lane. The Slappy Joe has a Demonic Ascension available.
Oh boy, Havoc now in trouble, but Laundry is there. Flash is going to get used. Does not land. The slow and rude, and now Slappy Joe is in trouble again. Laundry will take that kill, and that is absolute disaster for Akuma Distortion. Another big loss for Slappy Joe. Does pick up that Blackfire Torch.
I don't even know if Udyr was able to proc the pressy attack there. I think the Swain just died to the empowered Q from the Udyr. That is a whole lot of damage for no reason onto a single target. But anyway, very well played from Lone Reed to be able to actually get to that play. I would call it a good bait from Havoc, but I think the Renekton was not prepared for how much damage the Swain was going to do. As Bounty Hunter.
Ratchet going to miss that pull, but is going to take a significant amount of damage from that acceleration gate from Bounty Hunter. 111 stacks on that tier, 153 on Zehaz. As the second round of Void Grubs are coming through, Akuma Distortion would love to limit Bark of War's siege potential by taking some of these, but one is going to get taken by Laundry. Fails is going to get hit by a stun, but is going to be able to land that solar charge in onto Havoc, who does go down. We now have Zayah here, does have the Encore and uses it to be able to take out Laundry, and that is two members of Bark of War down. Cyankip is going to use the blast going forward, going to avoid some damage from Ratchet, who is invisible now, gone, gonna get knocked up, gonna get slowed, and finally has met his end. Slappy Joe will take their second kill, but Cyankip is gonna take 3 turret shots. Oh boy.
Well, that's gonna actually ruin, I think, the chances for this Bella potentially to go for these grubs. That is so dangerous to go for them. Okay, we'll try it anyway. We'll see if this is the right move. It does look like it's gonna be okay. TP coming in though from the Ziggs, and Tristana is here as well.
Oh boy, they're not going to be able to get that last one, and Fails is going to be forced to flash away. Not enough explosive charge procs, and we won't see Cyankip being able to reset their passive there.
More importantly than resetting it, it doesn't unlock the extended timer. So Cyankip's ulti is going to run out, I believe, shortly. Yeah, only has a 60-second usage of their lavender form, I believe, and so we'll not be able to actually get the void reset on it, which is really detrimental to the power of the spell within the game. Does have their first finish item in that Kraken Slayer, and is going for a interesting second item. I'm not actually quite sure what that's going to be.
But anyway. Gonna see a dragon now getting started by Akuma Distortion. That would be their first, an Infernal Soul. A chance for that hat trick for Usepti if it ends up being the Mountain Soul this game. And it is not, it is the Cloud Soul. So close once again.
Do I get anything for getting 4 out of 6?
You get my admiration and respect.
I'm picking the right dragons, man. Anyway.
Yeah, that's what they say. That's what they say in Blackjack too. You say you get a 20, but they get a 21 anyways.
Yeah, what is it? Close only exists in horseshoe and hand grenades.
Yeah, not in Dragon Soul game, that's for sure. But now that it looks like we've hit a little bit of a lull, maybe not. Mags maybe in trouble here. Does not have flash available. Is going to get hit by the solar flare. Bounty Hunter coming through. Nice satchel charge. Mags going to be able to get out with 1 HP.
Yeah, it gets taken out of the play though. So it should be a plate for the Jace, hopefully. Nope.
Yeah.
Not enough.
Yeah, not going to be able to do that though. Yeah, I was saying, I wanted to talk to you.
That didn't exist.
I wanted to talk to you about this because we talked about it in draft in game 1, the importance of communication. And I want to know what your thoughts are in terms of what these two teams need to be communicating here at this point in the game. What do they need to be saying that's going to get the most value for them in that time so that they can have the best chance of getting that Rift Herald, getting those towers, so on and so forth?
I mean, for the red side, I think it's purely just what direction is the Udyr pathing in and where is Ratchet. Those are the two biggest things that you need to worry about, because those two are going to constantly be going for plays as soon as they have the time for it. I think we've seen Ratchet go on probably 4 roams this game so far, and a lot of them have been really impactful. I think Fortnite as well has had a whole lot of good plays that has allowed their top laner to stay relevant in this game. Oh, hold on.
Are going to get a play, though. We'll come back to that one into a bit. Big damage in on to Ratchet. Very squishy champion on that pike as the Rift Herald's now going to come through. Explosive depth charge going to land a little bit onto Bounty Hunter, as now we're going to see the Dom that's kind of popped in from Havoc, going to be able to deal a lot of damage in on Fails, who does go down. Rift Herald's going to get taken by Akuma Distortion, and are they going to be able to get the eye? They will. But Slappy Joe is going to be able to take one in exchange, double flash to be able to get the rest of Akuma Distortion out. So 2 deaths for the Rift Herald.
Yeah, and this is not the same scenario as in game 1. The waves are not fully prepped for this. They are going to lose maybe not. I was gonna say they're gonna lose a whole lot on this tower, but with that chunk from Bounty Hunter as well as the damage coming in from Zeha, they might actually look to fight back here. HP bars are so low.
Ratchet in trouble. Cyan Kip going to try to land a knock up here. Does not land it in onto Mags, but will land a little bit of a slow from that smite onto the Ziggs. Will get shut down. That's going to be a kill for Bounty Hunter. Second kill potentially for Akuma Distortion, and they do get it thanks to Zeha. And now Akuma Distortion can move forward. Rift Herald's going to get dropped. They're going to be able to get that tier 1 tower. They might be able to get an and 1 opportunity as Ratchet gets denied their back, and they've got to be careful. Bounty Hunter could go in on this, and they don't get the final hit on that one, but the inner tower will go down. Rift Herald still with 900 health remaining. They're going to try to direct it towards that tier 1 tower in the bottom lane. Let's see how well Cyan Kip can drive. Looks like they'll be just fine.
Yeah, really, really good mechanics there from Cyan Kip. Doesn't have a wave, though. Does have some grubbies. So should be able to... Oh, yeah, and Belveth minions, because they were able to take a Void objective. So Belveth, the mother of the Void, will be able to knock down that tower in bot lane, as well as the tower in top. So a really massive gold swing for the side of Akuma here. Gonna be a very nice one. Jace working towards that second item. It's sort of split between a second lethality item and that Manamune. So will be a little bit delayed to both, given the fact that they stopped for a tier. But this Jace is, I think, very wealthy, currently sitting on 1,800 gold. So we'll be able to either finish that lethality item or, yeah, we'll be finishing the opportunity with their base. So a very, very strong mid laner for the side of Akuma here. Ratchet, no hook, but is going to be able to knock down that ward. Dragon spawning in 40 seconds time. Look at all the items on the side of Akuma here compared to Bark of War. I think it is hard to impossible for this blue side to fight here. Down 5,000 gold, down, 3-4 towers. It is looking tough, and I think they know that too, as it looks like they're going to go towards this top side to try and trade the objective, or potentially a top tower, or a top tower and a dive.
If we can take a look at Slappy Joe and see where they're at stat-wise, that would be great, Caddy, if you are available. If not, no big deal. Bounty Hunter going to be denied a little bit. 26x, 312. Thoughts on that, Septi?
I need to do some reading on Swain, but I think an extra 300 health is always helpful. I as Mags, not gonna get caught here, but Bounty Hunter should be able to trade this tower for the top one, as well as they get Dragon. And with that massive damage coming out from Slappy Joe and Zeha, they might be able to keep this tower alive. The Encore not gonna hit anyone. Bit of a wasted ability from Zeha there now. It will now be the retreat from the side of Bark of War to go spend their hard-earned gold. 2 Stride Breakers. The Archangel's finished on this Ziggs. Tristana as well, working towards what probably is going to be that Infinity Edge. And it's probably honestly the next point that Bark of War really want to fight on. I think it's going to be really hard for them to fight without it. As Scion Kip, I don't believe you want to tango with that Udyr, despite the fact that you have 2 items. That is a Q-Max Udyr.
God, here comes Bounty Hunter though, coming in with the damage, gonna be able to take out Cyan Kip, gonna be able to get a little bit of health back, misses a little bit of health, I believe, from something, but now Cyan Kip in trouble, gonna go down. That's gonna be Havoc picking up that kill. It's gonna be a shutdown coming in, and Zaya's gonna be dead as well, does not have the Encore to be used, and Akuma Distortion are gonna lose this skirmish that turned into a full team fight. 4 kills to 2 in favor of Bark of War. And an incredible mid game might have now been denied. Oh boy, Demonic Ascension now gonna get used by Slappy Joe, gonna try to get out Mags and will be able to do so with that final auto attack. Gonna still have Ghost available, gonna try to go after Havoc. Ratchet's on their way back, misses the rake, and is now in a 2v1 play without Demonic Ascension available. Ratchet trying to be able to get a little bit of damage in themselves. The stun is gonna come through. Slappy Joe does not have this. And it will be the late ace for Bark of War.
Yeah, 1 for 1 in the end there, but a very, very nice trade overall for the side of Bark of War. They shut down as well. The only positive really going the way of Akuma in that fight, besides Slappy Joe getting that trade kill, was a shutdown on Tristana that went the way of fails. So not where you want that extra 190 gold going towards, but it is an extra bit of gold nonetheless. And the gold lead now shrinking to 3,000 from 5. And yeah, I mean, that was a rough play there. Not a single TP had to be used on the side of Bark of War, as Ratchet with that sweeper going to find the trap that had been set by Akuma. And the Baron Dance finally begins at 20 minutes time. No towers besides that top one taken from the side of Bark of War, so there is a whole lot of standing gold on the map should a play go their way. And I said it earlier on, but I think that with the success of the early game came a what is it? What is the word? A reversion to a less macro heavy play style from the side of Akuma here. They're not prepping their waves as well as they did before. They're not really preparing to minimize whatever loss would be accrued should a play go poorly. But that has resulted in them being up a fair amount of gold, up 2,500 gold, as we look at Cyan Kip, who is honestly on 2 items here. That is a lot of gold in this Bo5 pocket. A lot more CS, surprisingly, than the Udyr, who notoriously is known for typically out-farming their opponents. And I gotta ask Moose.
Sure.
Where do you see the next point of contention coming?
Well, I don't think it's going to be at a Baron. I think the next big point of contention is going to be at that Soul, because if Akuma is able to get their second Cloud, get that reduction on, or get that ability haste and avoid it, that would be good, but we're a minute away from that. So maybe Bark of War is going to be looking to go for that mid tier 1 tower, trying to be able to get that the rift opened up a little bit. What's your answer?
I mean, I think it's going to be a random ward.
Well, it looks like it is going to be a random ward, as the point of contention is going to start, and Ratchet's going to be forced to flash away, trying to be able to clear out some of the vision that Akuma has on the top side of the rift. Cyan Kip going to be able to avoid that death skewer there. Not able to get out all the vision there from Bark of War. Actually does end up getting it now, but we've got a stun landing in onto Cyan Kip, and now this fight is going to begin earnest. 3 members hit by that Encore, but a lot of members on Akuma Distortion, and Fails goes in. No follow-up from the rest of Akuma members because they were so low. And now Bark of War can look to respond in kind. What can they do with this? Baron is available. They are looking to start it, and indeed they will.
Ratchet has the reset on the death from below. No longer. Does not have it.
Cyan Kip gonna try to get a little bit of damage on Ratchet, who does have no flash. Slappy Joe with the Demonic Ascension going to try to stay alive as long as possible. Gonna get a little bit more damage onto Barco Duck. Barco Duck was so close to dying, but does not die. Bounty Hunter is gonna be able to take out Laundry, but Zaya now gonna be potentially in trouble. Nice shielding onto Mags, thanks to the Seraph's Embrace. Bounty Hunter gonna get back under tower, and now Fails is back online. No towers are going to get towered. No Baron taken. No towers are taken. Now Mags dangerously low. Solar Flare lands, and Mags will finish the job with that Zenith Blade.
That's a
very
big
chaotic
cooldown.
fight.
That was a very big cooldown used before this third dragon, or fourth dragon rather. To have no Solar Flare, to have no flash on your Leona. I think Leona flashed earlier, but it is a big cooldown not to have, and I think that the front line of Bark of War has shown that they are very much so capable of sustaining whatever damage comes their way. Slappy Joe not really able to drain tank as well as they would like to, but is currently working towards either a Leandri's or a Rift Maker. I'm not sure quite which. But
Well, I'm assuming for with the Haunted guys, it has to be Leandri's now, right?
Well, they both build out of Haunted guys. I'm forgetting which because that Amp Tome could still be Faded Ashes, is why it's a little iffy. But anyway, Dragon gonna get started now by Akuma. I think Ratchet is probably just gonna let this one go, just looking for a cheeky hook here or there. I think on the side though, Ratchet was 1v1ing the Seraphine of Zeha, trying to just keep it out of their fight. And now just taking a look, Lone Reed trying to do a bit of split pushing of their own on that top side. Has 2 items completed now, as this Renekton and Udyr are going hand in hand to Neverland with these builds. Slappy Joe trying to catch up Fortnite here, but Cyan Kip is here. The Belveth is very quick.
Ratchet gonna be able to land another Death Skewer. Stun is gonna land as well. Slappy Joe gonna try to get into that fray with the Demonic Ascension. Uses Ghost as well. Mega Inferno Bomb comes in, but not enough damage there. And Barco Duck will also fall. Akuma Distortion with a huge power play at a pivotal moment in this series. They also picked up the Dragon, and now they might be able to get a clean Baron on top of it with an overextension from Laundry. But Bark of War are not going to let this down easy. Mags is still here. Ratchet is still here with that death from below. 3,000 health remaining on Baron Nashor. It does not look like Laundry is going to be able to get it. And no, Akuma Distortion are going to be able to pick that up. Slappy Joe going to force a flash away from Mags. Ratchet going to get off. And that is a clean Baron play for Akuma Distortion.
That is probably the worst case scenario for Bark of War, but a very nice turn of events for the side of Akuma here, as Lone Reed taking a lot of damage from this Belveth, who has the Death Dance, and is not going to be the one dying first here. Gets the form and just continues to absolutely rain terror on this game. Is going to be going, I believe, for a Nashor's Tooth as well, or not a Nashor's Tooth, a Wit's End to pair alongside that Death Dance. And the gold lead, 3,500 for the side of Akuma. Looking very, very good in this game. They have scaled now. They've gotten their tier items where they need to be. And it looks like it is going to be that Leandri's for Slappy Joe, once they reconnect, of course.
Definitely so. So unfortunate for that reset there, but it does give both teams an opportunity to maybe think about how they want to respond to this Baron power play. The reset completed for Akuma Distortion. All 5 members now have it, and a much cleaner mid game in terms of results for Akuma Distortion. As you were talking about, though, maybe a little bit less precise with how they wanted their waves to be, but they did get the team fights that they were looking for, and Bark of War gonna get punished for it.
I mean, they're getting punished for it. I really don't know which team currently is in the lead here. I feel like it just all depends on who Bark of War can catch, or who rather, Akuma can catch, because they have both had very good team fights with fairly even positions, I feel. And on the top side, it was just, a moment of miscommunication. You had your mid laner and your top laner out of position, and they got run down, despite the fact that I believe it was the Udyr that was caught and not the Renekton. But yeah, I mean, you're trying to get yourselves back into this game. You have a Tristana that should be able to deal with the Swain. There's no real heal cut besides the executioners of Tristana. But I mean, I think Ratchet has been doing a good job of trying to find those executes. Has not really gone too crazy, apart from I think one fight around a dragon. But I mean, the rest of the side of Akuma as well has done what they're supposed to be doing. They're scaling well into it. I think Slappy Joe has had a good comeback in this game, despite the early misfortune of their lane. I think Fails has tightened up their ability to not get caught and not really get chewed out. It definitely helps that there's no Ash Arrow coming flying from 3 screens away to catch him out, but
Definitely so. Well, we have now hit the 3-minute mark on the pause. So we're going to take a quick break. We're going to let these teams reset and get Slappy Joe back in here. And then when we come back, we will resume the Baron Power play on Akuma Distortion. We'll be right back. Oh. Just back in. I just had to say something. Folks. That's all I needed to do. And now we are back. Slappy Joe has reconnected. And now we're just going into that spectator bump. Should be done in just a moment. And so now we can take a look at the positioning here. Bark of War looking for a full reset, it looks like, as they need to prepare for the push. Are they trying to go for? The advantage that they have, I feel, is that Akuma Distortion does not have a significant amount of siege damage built into their kit. Bounty Hunter, Baby, Cyan Kip, those are the only two players that really are able to do that, but there is a lot of poke, like you said.
Yeah, there's a lot of poke. There's not a lot of side lane pressure is the problem. They have to be grouped. They have to be hitting members of Bark of War at the same time. Otherwise, it's going to be very hard to push with the wave. Swain is probably the only one that can be in a side. This Jace, in theory, could do it, but is not nearly as safe as a Swain who can survive with the Demonic Ascension. So it looks like Ratchet trying to go for something here, but Havoc got to get rooted up.
Ooh, a lot of damage onto that Renekton, who has definitely fallen off. And that was the fear that I had, Septi. Will these tanks be able to survive? And now we got Havoc gonna get hit. Solar Flare goes wide, and then Inhibitor is gonna go down, but the fight is not gonna come through. Ratchet gonna be forced to flash away. Havoc's gonna get charmed, and Akuma Distortion looking to make this a 1-1 series with Havoc now dead. Where is Laundry? Pushing up the mid lane, and they're going to get punished heavily for it. One Nexus turret is now down. Very full health bars on Akuma Distortion, and they are looking to continue to keep this going. Can they get it? Shield's not going to come in from Zeha. They're going to land some big damage on the Laundry. Latchet, once again, going to be at half HP, but a good stun on the Fails, who will die to death from below, but it doesn't look like that will matter. Akuma Distortion will even out this series 1-1.
Yeah, that's the way you want to do it. I think it is a very convincing game number 2. Yes, there were a couple slip-ups, and a couple fights that went the way of Bark of War, but a very, very convincing game number 2 there from the side of Akuma to be able to actually draw back into this game, make it an even series. Yeah, just take a look at this cold graph. It was not really, too crazy of a game pre 10 minutes, but once your Swain started getting your items, once Tristana and once your Jason Seraphine started joining the game, it is very hard for the side of Bark of War to sort of get the edge that they need. And it seems to be that we're having a bit of a trend so far in this series, Moose, and that is that the champions that are played with comfort are generally having more success. I would argue that this blue side probably has the better composition, but I think there's more comfort and probably stronger champions on the red side here. I think Swain is a busted champion. And so if Akuma was unable to win with it, it would have been really hard to think of a game 3 option. But the fact that they're able to win, the fact that they're able to draw back even, in, again, convincing fashion, definitely spells good things for the future, for our sake, for the sake of the entertaining series that we're down to have.
And on paper, tower-wise, Drake-wise, the Akuma Distortion squad vastly outperformed. But take a look at the gold. 47,000 to 53. It's only a 6,000 difference in a 29-minute game, another very long game for AML standards. And that means that Bark of War was able to get some good plays, get some good gold. There were several valleys that they were able to recover from, and they were even at the 10-minute mark. But Akuma Distortion had recovered from their mid game in game one, had a much better mid game in the second one, and a lot of that I think has to go to Cyan Kip shutting down Laundry, who was ineffective in this game. I think all things considered, Havoc just was not able to pop off, and the rest of the squad, without the protection of the front line, just ended up melting at the pressure that it came in. So now we've seen that Akuma Distortion can have a solid mid game. They can make plays that are necessary, but they do have to clean up that mid game. They have to continue to close out series, and they can end game 3 with another win. But as we move into game 3, it is going to be Bark of War with a side selection. 10 champions now going to be completely off the table for the remainder of this series. So we're going to get some really exciting stuff as we move into game 3, folks. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a bit. Welcome back, everybody. We are now in game 3 here between Bark of War and Akuma Distortion. Well, what?
We are in the draft. I wish this was just the game. The games would be done so quickly if this were just the game.
Well, the draft is part of the game.
The draft that's fair. That is very fair. Yeah, we're moving on to draft number 3. As you can see below us, these are the champions that are no longer enabled, at least until we get to. Actually, no, they're not enabled for the rest of the series. I was trying to think of if they ever come back. They do not. They are the bans just get less restrictive going into game number 4, which we will see. We will see a game with only 6 bans. So no phase 2 bans in game number 4, but we are here in game number 3, so ignore me talking about the other games. Bans are going to stay very similar. I think Akuma are keeping their bans from game number 2. And yeah, it looks like Bark of War going to add a Italy this time to really deny these AP junglers from Akuma Distortion.
And I think that's valid, and I think that the game 2 was definitely a jungle dip there for Cyan Kip, and Laundry now going to have to follow up with something that can pack a punch and can show that they are still, relevant here in this series. And so with those 3 bans, it signals to me that Bark of War is really trying to give Laundry the best chance of doing well in the jungle, especially in the early game, where it does feel like Akuma Distortion has so far performed better. But they are going to go with a more late game carry. That Jin is going to get locked in R1 to be contesting against the Caitlyn from Akuma.
Yeah, my only worries a lot of the time when I see Jin pick this early is that oftentimes teams will just stack tanks against the Jin, but with Caitlyn picked by Akuma, I imagine they want to be picking a pushing support alongside her, something along the lines of a Lux or a Karma. So something that the Jin would really be able to thrive against. Orianna locked in is just a standard mid lane pick. It's a very interesting compositional difference, or compositional style rather, that Bark of War are going for this game. I feel like they're not really doing the hands checky comfort champs that they normally go for, but Jin will be good in the hands of Bark Duck. I imagine as well Caitlyn will be very good in the hands of, oh wow, that is a very spicy pick there. Good in the hands of Zeha. It is a very squishy champion relative to what could be picked in the jungle. But yeah, Lux getting it locked in there for Akuma Distortion. Could go mid, but most likely will be paired alongside that Caitlyn. I imagine Jin will get paired with probably something along the lines of like a Nami, or I don't imagine it'll be anything melee based. I think that's just a little bit too hard versus the likes of Caitlyn Lux.
Yeah, and we're going to have to now see what Akuma does with B4, B5. They have the Assassin Kha'Zix, and Bel'Veth in the hands of Cyan Kip played very well, and so I'm very, very excited to see what that's going to do. But the Wukong, in response, is going to limit, I think, what Cyan Kip is able to do unless they're able to either bait it out or just avoid the Cyclone altogether. But Akuma Distortion still needing to get a little bit of frontline here, maybe looking to go for a frontline mid laner, or not frontline mid laner, but something that is melee in the mid lane as well. But we're going to see the Vladimir getting taken away from Bark of War. And now Akuma Distortion really have a decision to make, because the support picks have been, I think, very pivotal here in this series. And Fails now, which we assume is going to be on that Lux, might now have a little bit more freedom to do as they please, because they aren't playing that melee champion. They will be able to stay into the backline, but they now need that melee pick to come in. And Akuma Distortion going to ban out those supports as I expected. Blitzcrank and Karma going to get taken away to very early game, very pick-oriented champions.
Yeah, and Bark of War going to man away their own Garen, but I guess Mags is going to be playing Orianna, so not the ban that they really care about too much. I'm curious if there's any world where this Wukong gets flexed into the top side here. Rel is one of those champions that you don't mind playing into Lux or into Caitlyn because she is very mobile. She can close distances without really being worried about the likes of a Lux Q or a Caitlyn trap. It's like Alistar a bit, where you get to close the gap very quickly without really worrying. But it also pairs very well with Orianna, pairs very well with Wukong. Bark of War picking a very ulti and teamfight reliant composition. Akuma gonna lock in Shen into that top side there, which makes sense as to why they banned the Blitzcrank now, but I don't really know if they have the same kind of hyper carry focus that you normally see when champions or when teams pick Shen. I imagine they'll be picking a fairly aggressive mid laner here. Honestly, maybe even an assassin that can go onto Orianna. No, it's going to be Lux mid with Maokai support, which I would not have guessed. And all of a sudden, Fails is back on to tank duty.
Fails is back on the melee, and the Leona solar flares, we saw a couple of whiffs. We saw a couple of very impactful solar flares in that team fight, or in those team fights. Nature's Grasp has a little bit of a bigger window of opportunity to find that pick potential, find that route. And the set is going to be the response here for Bark of War. I am very scared for Akuma Distortion in terms of this composition. You only have two very squishy picks in the Jhin and Orianna, and I feel like they're always going to have protection here in this game.
Yeah, I feel like you sort of needed a point to play through on this Akuma side. You don't really have it. You have Lux into Orianna, which is fairly, I think, Lux-sided, because she does have a bit longer range with those abilities and can push the wave just a little bit better. But sorry, you don't really have the full pushing power that you would with the Caitlyn Lux lane. You don't have that sharp edge to play through. And on the other side, Bark of War, they have so many ways through your armor. They have the set that can probably win on side versus the Shen. The Wukong Orianna engage is incredibly dangerous. The Rel as well can snap engage, and yes, can get interrupted by Maokai Q if Fails is really on top of it. But any engage that you go for, whether it's a Shen taunt, whether it's a Kha'Zix ult in, if Set is anywhere near that engage, it just gets immediately sent back into your face, probably with an Orianna ball on top of it too, and then a Wukong coming in from the side, and that's just very, very scary. But I mean, again, I've had this sentiment for the first two games where I thought that the better constructed composition would have an edge, but Comfort has been doing the job for these teams, and I feel like Akuma, if you draft like this, you either messed up horribly somewhere or it's Comfort for your players.
I feel like for Akuma,
all that's left to do is find out.
I'm seeing high risk, high reward gameplay here. I think they're putting a lot of chips on the table in this game, because if you win this one, you're feeling super confident moving into game 4. You got it done. You got those isolated kills from Cyan Kip. You got that big damage between Zeha and Bounty Hunter. And Bark of War, if they're able to call this bluff and play a controlled game, they're going to come into game 4 feeling like, we took all that Akuma Distortion could give and we put it right back into their faces. And I think this is going to be a very decisive game 3 here. Either way, I think game 4, my prediction at this point is that the series will be decided at game 4, but we'll see if I'm right or wrong when we get to that point. With that being said, though, let's go ahead and get into the Dragon predictions. Septi was a Cloud Soul in game 2, giving them 4 on the season, and you are up to start this round.
I'm gonna go with Hextech.
Hextech, love it, love it. I'm gonna go with the Infernal Soul, and I'm gonna take the Mountain Soul.
All right. Let me go with Cloud and Ocean.
Cloud and Ocean, the other two souls that we have seen so far today, which will leave me with the Chemtech soul. Folks, it has been a blast this year in 2024. We have had 3 seasons of AML action, and we are gearing up for another incredible year of Aegis esports content. Make sure that you are signed up in the Aegis Discord, subscribing to the Twitch channel to stay up to date with all of the content for the signups coming for the 2025 splits, no matter what division you are in. It's a fun organization to be in. We've got a lot of great players, a lot of great teams, and we would love to see you there for these upcoming seasons. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we will jump into Game 3 between Akuma, Distortion, and Bark of War. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, everybody. We are now officially live for the start of game 3 here. Bark of War is going to go for a 5-man start again, this time into the bottom lane. Every red side team going for that 5-man start. Going to clear out those waves. Hesitation from Akuma Distortion, not trying to move forward. Zeha worried about a potential ganking play. We'll back away. We'll see that all 5 members are there. What does Akuma do with it? They get some warding in the top lane.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to drop a ward onto the Raptors here. Caitlyn will stop the base of Havoc, who tried to base on the fading vision of that first ward. Keep in mind, wards do not give XP anymore, so that will not be of significance besides, I believe, 20 gold shared in that play. So yeah, it looks like both of our junglers are going to be starting their respective blues. Wukong most often would want to full clear here. Is a very strong champion these days. I think Lonry has been watching Agarin play, because this guy has been doing nothing but spamming Wukong and Elise in his solo queue games. And for those of you who don't know, that is the the former number 1 and number 2 simultaneous EU West player, who currently is trying to climb back to rank 1. But anyway, good trade early on from Ratchet using that Aftershock well. But good trades as well from Zeha, who is trying to match that HP trade. And yeah, lanes are going pretty normal. I think something we have to talk about is going to be that Ignite on the top side. And the only question is, when is Slappy Joe going to be able to make use of it most? It's Havoc opting to start W in this top side. It's an interesting choice, I think, for the set.
All these teams looking to settle into their lanes. We've got symmetrical jungling coming in from Cyankip and Lonry, who are practically even in terms of their clear. Both sides now looking to potentially prepare for the first ganks of this game. Fortnite probably not going to be as effective until they get to level 6, so we might be seeing that full clear and then back. Cyankip, though, if they get a good opportunity, they could start to go for some early plays. And we'll see if they decide to do it.
Yeah. I mean, Cyankip, this Kha'Zix is going to be very strong, is opting for a different form of first clear, going to be skipping that red, trying to really make the buff last as long as possible. And as well is going to have a faster respawn timer on those Krugs. But for the most part, just trying to be on the spot side while the wave bounces back towards his side. Fails, though. Force user Aftershock. And the wave is just going to keep going in. For Zeha and Fails, they have not really managed to land any significant poke on the bot lane of this Bark of War side. But
well, there it is.
Oh, yeah, there's a little bit of poke onto Ratchet, but I don't know if the Rel is that worried.
Havoc, though.
It looks like Fortnite is trying to trade, or is trying to contest this bot crab, but is instead just going to get a ward for their trouble.
Potential play here coming in from Ratchet and Barkoduck. Instead, I'm trying to get a little bit of warding inside the river, avoiding a ward from Cyankip in that Tribe Rush. As Lonry maybe looking to go for an aggressive gank of their own. This would be a very good pincer move there, but Slappy Joe maybe looking to go for first blood here. No, can't get it! First blood is gonna go to Havoc with a nice flash, but it's gonna be Fails and Zeha. They'll be able to make it a 1-4-1 across the rift so far. Bounty Hunter, though, is going to be able to take out Mags in the mid lane. And we're gonna see another down in the bottom lane. Bark of War will make it a 4-for-2 play. Turret will take out a Lonry with Zeha picking up that kill, and a chaotic start at the 4.5 minute mark.
Yeah, and all the key members of this Bark of War side getting a kill, getting that extra gold. The Cyankip trying to find a cheeky way back out onto this map. Is going to find Ratchet, but is not going to find the Raptor camp of their dreams.
Ooh, gonna get stunned and is gonna be forced to flash there. Big cooldowns getting taken away from Cyankip, and now Ratchet, sensing blood in the water, gonna find the Kha'Zix, but instead Kha'Zix will Get a little bit of health back. A nice isolation damage there. Shockwave is going to land onto Bounty Hunter from Mags. And now we're going to get the response from Akuma Distortion, looking to maybe get a slow in onto Havoc or Ratchet. Not going to find any skills. But they might be in position to go for Void Grubs in 20 seconds.
Yeah, and I think that's a good ulti from Mags. It looks a little bit random, but Bounty Hunter just used their TP to get back to lane. Had to use both charges of their refillable to stay healthy in this lane. And so as a result, Mags will have that HP advantage that is also pivotal when it comes to being able to move to neutral objective fights like these grubs that are spawning in 3 seconds time. I think credit as well to Havoc for roaming out to that Raptor play, trusting the call from their support, I imagine, who was able to correctly identify that Cyan Kip was going to try and go for a trade of camps, considering that Lonry had made that long play on the bot side, which again turned out very positively, was 3 for 2, but the kills went where they needed to go on the bot side. Cyan Kip, no flash now, forced to jump away.
Another good route landing from Ira's Bounty Hunter. Struggled a little bit on landing those charms early on in game 1, but has been pretty good and landing the Lucent Bindings here in game 3. But Cyan Kip, like you said, now forced to recall. Gonna mean that the first set of Void Grubs is going to most likely go to Bark of War. Slappy Joe not yet level 6. Fails gonna get a little bit of damage on a Barco Duck with Ratchet very behind. And Akuma Distortion will get the first turret plate in the bottom lane for them. Gonna have another minion wave pushing through. And it's taken a long time for Lonry to pick up that set of Void Grubs here. Not even gonna complete it. And look to potentially go for a dive against Slappy Joe.
Yeah, the showstopper is available. I imagine Lonry is going to take this first.
Big minion wave, huge minion wave. Lonry gonna barely eke out alive there. Gonna be just fine using the clone to be able to dash away. Big minion wave also denied from Slappy Joe. The response here in the bottom lane. Cyan Kip gonna try to take that blue buff, trying to be able to get level 6. Maybe looking to go for a dive against Barco, Duck, and Ratchet. If it's successful, get Zeha on the board.
I think a play like that on top side is really important. Obviously, you get the kill and you get the wave denial, but it also sets Slappy Joe on a timer where they have to fix their wave, and they cannot use their ulti to join plays like the one that is currently happening on the bot side. Because while in theory they can, it would be incredibly horrible because the waves would just slow push away from them on the top side, and so they would lose out on gold, XP, and it would basically be lane losing if they tried to help anyone on this bot side with the ulti. And honestly, even now, if they tried to go for it, it'd be really bad because the wave is not fully crashed, unless Havoc decides to let it under the tower, which it looks like he is because the wave is slightly too large to freeze. But now is the timer that Bark of War needs to be worried about. The Shen in fog with ulti, but we'll show back now on the map, as I'm curious if anyone is going to clear that first set of grubs and I'll actually let them respawn, because they only have about a minute to actually do that respawn before I think Herald is going to spawn instead of those grubs. And Cyan Kip looks like they will be the first one to blink as Lux is here. No flash.
Oh, another shockwave landing. Bounty Hunter. Oh, a lot of damage on the Mags. Gonna get it that direct hit from that ultimate, but it does not matter. Mags will pick up a little bit more damage. Lonry will get a kill. And Cyan Kip will get that Void Grub as a response play. Zeha going to be able to avoid that crash down from Ratchet. Be able to get a little bit of damage in response. And Bark of War is having a solid early game here. They are up by almost 2,000 gold at this point. Every member of their squad feeling like they are being impactful. And Akuma Distortion, I think, feeling that pressure as this game progresses.
Yeah, and I think they're using their ulti resources, their flash resources very effectively here. I think Mags has had some great Orianna ults that have been, I mean, obviously one was for the kill on Bounty Hunter, but the other one was also incredibly impactful in terms of just setting Bounty Hunter at a low enough HP to minimize their impact on the lane and on the map. But I mean, as you said, 2,000 gold lead for this blue side here, as well as 2 grubs. Dragon is yet to be taken by either team here, despite the fact that both have relatively strong bot lanes. But Fortnite is here, and this is exactly what you want to be doing. You want to be attacking the global.
Attacking the global, they will. Cyclone is not up, but the showstopper is available. Slappy Joe trying to get those cooldowns back. No, they cannot, and they use Flash in that exchange as well. Two members shown on the top side. Akuma Distortion now looking to potentially go for a response here. Can they do something in the bottom lane? Fails. Zeha and Cyan Kip now here. 2 turret plates remaining as we're getting a roam from Mags. That top tier 1 tower is not long for this world. Now Akuma Distortion, they are feeling that pressure. They need to get something here to have a response.
And tower's going to go down on that top side, so realistically there is a world where Slappy Joe could have gone for a play onto this bot side. Havoc will not really be able to push out that much further. But with this dragon spawning, and I think with Akuma trying to find a way into this game, it is becoming harder and harder to really pick your edge. Because I feel like they had an idea with trying to use the Kha'Zix as a delivery tool for the Shannon, and it just has not been able to work out yet. I mean, not to discredit them, the Akuma side does scale fairly well in this game. The Caitlyn and the Kha'Zix, both with items and XP, will do a whole lot more going forward. But there has really not been the type of acceleration on those members as there has been for the carries of Bark of War. And I struggle to see a world where a 1-kill Caitlyn who is farming just below 10 CS per minute is going to be able to kill a set that has 5 turret plates, 2 kills, and already has the majority of their second item 12 minutes into the game. It is a very scary world to be an AD carry.
We're just not seeing that value out of the Kha'Zix yet. Does have their first item, is CSing significantly well against Fortnite, but Laundry has been farming kills.
There is a Shen ulti.
Zeha gonna need it. Stand United is gonna get used. Havoc is there, and now Fails is coming in. Nature's Grasp is ready. They will not go for it. They will not try to go for a response here, Septi. I'm surprised.
I don't hate it, because now this means that Fortnite can actually make a play with ulti onto the bot side without fear of Shen retaliation. Currently not here at the moment, but there is a world where they fight grubs, and the fact that Stand United is not going to be available is very helpful. Set will TP for the straggling members of that wave, but majority is just going to be there to push out the waves so that they can meet up with their team, probably for these grubs spawning in 17 seconds time. To be honest, I'm not even sure if they're going to take them, because they have about 40 seconds to make it happen. Alkai is up there, and Ratchet is not far behind on this rel. And it looks like Max is going to go towards this bot side. Has TP available should a fight break out. The grubs are available. Cyankip going to try and steal away one.
They know that Cyankip is up there. They're going to be able to take that one Void Grub. Laundry and Havoc now in. And those are melting very quickly here. And Zeha is going to roam back down into the bottom lane, looking to maybe deny another turret plate from going down. Does not appear like that's going to happen. Mags will pick up another 125 gold to put into their pocket. And Zeha will be able to clean up the rest of that minion wave. And most importantly, though, ultimate utilization. Mags has had really impactful shockwaves and has not been punished for it being on cooldown yet, and has it available once again.
Yeah, I imagine we'll be seeing a dive play onto this bot side. No Shen ulti means that this Caitlyn is very vulnerable to a play happening, especially now that Havoc is even more so going to be in the face of Slappy Joe, who does...
Oh, Magnus River going to drop in onto Q. Cyan Kip is in trouble. Root is going to land nicely. No ultimate there for Bounty Hunter, though. Isaiah's going to be able to get one. Ratchet and Mag's going to try to be able to get out. Bounty Hunter now has that ultimate available, but no. Not going to be able to land a slow, not going to be able to land a root, and is a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Bark of War, who extend their gold lead to 3,500.
Yeah, the gold lead extends, but I think that's great target selection from the side of Akuma there to be able to actually take one back with them. They are going to lose this mid tower and probably the bot tower as well, if Max has their way. Bounty Hunter getting stunned up here, though.
Oh, a lot of damage onto Havoc. Nice ultimate there from Bounty Hunter. Fails. No Nature's Grasp to stop the running members of Bark of War. They will be able to get out quite nicely. All 5 ultimates used by Bark of War in that contest, but they are going to be able to get out. 2 kills on Mags right now. 2-0-2, has the Luden's revolver. Rift Herald is now up. And Akuma Distortion, I think, feeling the pressure of this rift starting to close in on them, with these towers looking dangerously low on the outer side, and two of them exposed in the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, this game is, is speeding up very rapidly. I think it's going at a pace that Bark of War are very happy about. I think Akuma, the fact that Caitlyn was able to pick up that kill, are, a little bit more happy, feeling a little bit less pressure. But first items have not been the most impactful. This IE is here, and Cyan Camp, you do not have the push in either of your lanes. You do not have a top laner here either currently. Stand United is available.
And they are going to get it in from the Shen. Zeha is on the way, but Cyan Camp is taking so much damage. Oh my god. Haymaker going to land, and Havoc's going to pick up their third of the game, now on a killing spree, and no jungler available for Akuma Distortion. Bark of War now feeling comfortable to maybe go for this Rift Herald. Cyan Camp will be up for the second dragon of the game, spawning at around 17 minutes time. But I don't know, Septi, this is looking grim for Akuma Distortion here.
This is the most one-sided game, and I mean, I said in the draft, right? I said these are comfort picks or a draft bungle, and I still can't quite tell which it is. I'm guessing more the second than the first, because this is a bit of a rout from the side of Bark of War, but this is not the first time that we have seen Akuma fall down the game and try and battle back. They have certainly the opportunity to play for picks, with their Caitlyn, with their Lux, with their Shen that has the taunt, as Fails trying to get into this river now, but Ratchet and Fortnite are here. And to be honest, it looks to me like Akuma are a little bit lost here. They are not really moving very well coordinated. They are not basing at great timers. Bounty Hunter going to land a nice chunk onto Barco Duck, but not enough to really force too much trouble. The Jhin will be in danger should a play go on, but there's enough members around them that they are not too worried. But yeah, I mean, they're here now. They're here for this mid tower, but there was no real trade for the obvious dragon that was going to go the way of of Bark of War. And you gotta start thinking, yes, it is a best of 5. You have another game to potentially claw this back, but it's so hard. The champion pools are getting thinner and thinner, and if these are your quote-unquote best champions that you're picking early on in the day.
Okay, Fortnite though, Laundry very, very much in trouble. Nature's Wrath is gonna drop, but does not land on a Laundry. Gonna be dangerously low though, with Ace in the hole. Gonna get dodged. Oh my god. Good feet work coming in from Laundry, gonna be able to survive both Ace in the hole and the Lux ult. But we've got full health bars from Akuma Distortion and no Cyclone from Laundry. Ratchet now gonna go in, gonna land the Magus Storm. Max gets a 4-man shockwave. Oh dear. The flank they never saw. Akuma Distortion will lose 4-1. And now Bark of War can look to continue to add to their lead and end this game very quickly.
They are certainly going to try. Only 2 dragons, so not pushing tempo on Soul anytime soon. But we'll most definitely be able to start pushing the tempo on the gold. Currently up 6,000 will be 7 once these towers die. And I'm curious if Laundry's actually going to get to this bot tower. Okay, sure. We're draw riding the Herald. But with the respawns coming in from the side of Akuma, Bark of War might be oversetting here just a bit as Fails trying to chase down Havoc here, but we'll get slowed up by the Jhin trap. I don't see a real play happening. It looks like Bark of War just going to be able to walk this one out.
And they will. They steal away 2 towers in the mid lane. They get a tower in the bottom lane, and they're going to get Bounty Hunter as well, and they're going to get the Stand United from Slappy Joe, and they don't even get the teleport with it. And it just feels like a complete collapse here. And if I'm Akuma Distortion, I'm saying we just need to try to play this game as best we can and try to keep our mental up for game 4.
Yeah, either lose fast or win fast at this point. Because I feel like you don't outscale the other side. I think you especially with Caitlyn going for attack speed second, I feel like that's not really the way to go. Is that what is that item even going to be? Is that a Phantom Dancer on Caitlyn? I feel like you need to be doing big numbers, not a lot of numbers. But that's just me at this point. It's going to be hard regardless. I mean, the Caitlyn sort of needs the rapid fire potentially to hit them from, you know, a ways away, because the Wukong and the Rel are both going to close the gap very quickly, along with, you know, an Orianna speed up and Rel speed up. But they really didn't do much this game. Is the only worry I have, right? It was kind of just all, you know, Havoc and Lonely just running around, you know, making plays happen, and Ratchet as well, covering a few nice global plays. Barco Duck has just been able to farm out for the entirety, and Mags has been absolutely crushing in the 1v1. I'm curious if we saved picks, because I still have a lot of question marks about this draft. But there is a world where, you know, in a fearless draft tournament, you have the thought process of, we'll let them have their best champs in the first couple games and we'll save ours, so that we'll have a better selection of our good champions versus their worst champions in later games. But it's, I don't know, that's a cope answer, as it were, but it's some hope to hold on to, if nothing else.
We looked at Drop Dead Gaming versus Dorado Gaming in the round of 12. That went to game 5. We saw 40 champions picked before, or 50 champions totally picked in that game. And so that might be the case here. We'll have to see what Akuma Distortion wants to do next, knowing that Bark of War now has such a significant advantage. 8,000 gold here at this point. It is a phenomenal lead. Objective bounties are now unlocked for them. And we'll see what they are able to get, trying to clear out some warding in the jungle. And now Fails is going to be locked in to a fight. Going to be dangerously low, going to be able to force that flash, and is going to drop the Nature's Grasp in onto Fortnite. But Zeha now in trouble. No second Cyclone Shock there. Zeha going to be able to get out of that one alive. And now Bark of War could try to go for Dragon, could try to go for Baron. Sidekick is on the way in the mid lane, has been seen.
Yeah.
And that's that. Dragon's going to get taken.
Yeah, Dragon's going to get taken. It was a good play from the side of Akuma. Havoc is just going to knock down this tower. No taunt on Slappy Joe means that the tower will not be hitting this set anytime soon. Well, Havoc is getting a little bit low. But there's no Stand United for the Shen. So it is a pure 1v1. But third Dragon going the way of Bark of War. And I'll make it known, Moose, you are the luckiest guy in the world. I am 6 for 9 on my dragons, but you have gotten the soul every time. It is a little bit unfortunate.
We all have those days, Septi.
Yeah, I have those days where I almost sweep you 3 times, and oh my.
Oh boy.
That's also Stand United.
Oh yeah, Stand United used their using pretty liberally, I'd say, but
I mean, it looked like it was going to be a bigger play. They saw the Wukong and they saw the Rel. I think there's a world where you need to save your Lux there, because if she dies, I mean, you're going to lose Baron probably, but you lose Baron 100%. But yeah, it definitely is going to be a lot harder now. Havoc is going to have TP advantage, as well as the ability to trap Slappy Joe in lane. As well as I don't think Slappy Joe can chase after the set if they want to go TP. Because the Shen will lose the 1v1.
And now Baron is going to get started here by Bark of War, going to be down to about 8,000 HP, trying to melt it down. Slappy Joe does not have teleport, cannot be into this fight, so it would be a 4v5 if they do want to commit to something. Fails is going to drop the Nature's Grasp. Mags, Barco Duck, everyone's going to get hit by it. A lot of damage coming in from the Lux ultimate as well, but there comes the Cyclone. Here comes the Curtain Call. Bounty Hunter in trouble. Gonna dodge 1, gonna dodge 2, and dodges 3. Are they gonna let Fails die on their own? And now Cyan Kip is in trouble. Havoc's gonna pull them back in. And that's gonna be a rampage for the set. And they're not done yet. Taunt Havoc in again. Not gonna matter. 1-2 kills for Akuma. Yeah, I think they will as well. Here.
I imagine it'll be a Q flash from Ratchet here into an Orianna ult.
gonna be able to do that. That was exactly right. Septi, Slappy Joe going to be very low. And Aft's gonna go back to Fountain. Another ultimate gonna land from Bounty Hunter. Mag gonna be less than half HP. Everyone dangerously low here. Mag's gonna be able to get a little bit of shielding as the Nexus turrets are now going to be exposed. Ratch is gonna be the first one to fall in that defense. And Bark of War are running away for the time being. And they will get out.
Just not quite a clean enough end, trying to push it, but the death timer's still too low this early on into the game. To be fair, Bark of War did try and do a lot before going for that end there. They took a play on mid lane. They based. They, took a couple camps in the jungle, pushed a couple waves. But, I mean, the gold lead's still 10,000 in favor of this red side here. It is going to be 3 items across the board for the most part. Jhin just shy of their item. And it is a very scary day to be a member of Akuma, sitting and watching, hoping that your team can find a way to claw themselves back into it. It looked good. The fight onto Baron, they had the debuff of the Baron armor and magic resistance shred, but it was just not enough damage. There was not enough follow-up. And you got to think of what world they can come back in, because there have been 5 kills. Granted, kills are not everything in competitive League of Legends. It is more about moving around the map and trying to get impactful kills than just playing TDM. And Signkip just ulted the Rel and didn't break their shield.
Oh boy, Sand United gonna come in, but the Cyclone's going to land. Signkip dangerously low, gets hit by the curtain call. Laundry, though, maybe in trouble. Rat is going to be able to tank. That ace of the hole is gonna be low themselves, but a double kill, triple kill for Barco Duck. And that should do it. Zeha against the world. And that was a 4v5 Septi. Bark of War, that fight was never in doubt. And they will move in to game 4 of this series on match point.
Yeah, Zeha against the world, as you said. No one available for 15 seconds time. And it will be the end of days in this game, number 3. Ratchet trying to get one for the Rogue, and miss the Q. Flash from Max, not going to find anything, but the Nexus is going down. 4th shot from Barco Duck will send them to game number 4. And yeah, it is you gotta hope as an Akuma fan that they got something left in the tank. They held on to picks. They held on to the sneaky things, because my camera is not on. My apologies. But we're moving into game number 4. And I gave a little bit of a sneak preview in game 3 draft, but the next game, we are not going to have our phase 2 bans. So there is a world where counter picks get through. You have to draft with the fact that you're not going to be able to ban away things that you're worried about. So, think of like your Silas champions. I mean, but with that said, Alistar and Swain are already off the board. Your Malphites of the world, your Jaxes, your typical counter champions. Bans are still available for the first 3, so we will have 6 bans. So we might not see, the Gwen, Zyra, Nidalee, or the Skarner, Voli, Xerath that have been banned away for the majority of the series, but it is going to be certainly a whole different animal. Just considering we are what 30 champions banned away at this point, just by default, and we're gonna have 36 by the start of people picking. It is definitely going to be a spicy game, and I feel like I don't want to point fingers. I don't want to, spark the blame, but I'm going to do it. All right. I'm going to do it. I say I don't want to, but I'm going to do it. What did Signkip do that game? Not to flame, but just a genuine question as to where the Kha'Zix was. What was the Kha'Zix supposed to play for? Both in defense of the Kha'Zix as well as like just a general statement, because where is this Kha'Zix supposed to play in reality? Because they don't have they don't have any fighting power against the set in the top lane. The Lux does not have enough push against the Orianna in mid. The Kaylin Maokai is, they're not going to push. They're not going to give you an opportunity to dive. And the one time they did, they played too slowly, and Rel was able to get back to the bot side and cover the dive.
Yeah.
It was an error in execution surrounding a pick that I'm sure Signkip is comfortable with. given the champions that we know that they play, you know, the Graves type champion that Kip loves. And there's no doubt in my mind that Kip can play this champion. It's just executing around it was a little bit flawed, or very flawed, depending on how brutal you want to be about it.
Definitely. And I think there's just no mistaking that every lane from Bark of War outperformed Akuma Distortion in every aspect of this game. And so for that silver lining and for those devil advocate players, you have to ask yourself, was this a deliberate point of saying, do we want to take away that Orianna? Do we want to take away that Jhin? Those really high value, high priority champions, to limit the pool moving into game 4 and game 5, and then swing this game back. Because all 5 of those picks, I think, from Akuma with the respect of maybe the Maokai, are champions that aren't, you know, pick or ban in every single game. So I'm optimistic in that regard that was the strategy moving forward. If that was not the strategy, then Akuma has to go back to the drawing board. They've got to come up with something new moving into game 4. Otherwise, their tournament series, their tournament lives will end tonight before the semifinals, and Bark of War will be one step closer to reclaiming the AML title. We're going to jump into draft in just a couple of minutes, and when we come back, we will do just that. We'll see you guys soon.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. While Moose figures out his microphone, we are here in the potential penultimate game of the series, but also it is game point for the side of Bark of War. They are one game away from moving on to our semifinals and one game moving on against what I think many thought, at least statistically, was the best team in the league so far before tonight. Unbeaten in game, unbeaten in series, but very quickly in 3 games, Bark of War have brought them to the point of breaking. I think that last game was a big message sent to the Akuma supporters, myself included. I feel like I might have cursed them with this jersey, but we're moving into game 4. And as I said before we got into this one, there will be no bans in the second phase, so it will just be these first 3. Then we will be able to see 10 champions selected. And we're getting into it. Akuma going to be staying on this red side here. Bark of War. What is the first pick? It is going to be that Jinx.
Yeah, and we've seen all 3 games go to red side so far, and Akuma trying to keep that trend going so that they can take this to a game 5 series. And the question I think on our minds is, were those picks in game 3 just throwaway champions? If you win that game, great, but if you lose that game, you now have priority picks available for games 4 and 5. And they're going to start off with the Aurora, which probably is going to go mid, but can go into that top lane Septi. Like you said, that Jinx is going to be in response. What does Bark of War want to do with it? We've seen the J4 ban in the series so far, so that could be a pretty potent combo for Bark of War if they decide to go for it. Misfortune is going to come up next.
Yeah, I feel like both teams have been succeeding relatively with ulti-oriented compositions. Aurora Misfortune is not a combination I've seen too much of, but it makes sense when you think of, you know, what they want to do. Aurora wants to sort of just group up enemies. MF would love when enemies get grouped up. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Jarvan on 3, especially if Bark of War pick champions that are less mobile on 2-3 here. But I imagine maybe we'll go for, I mean, what is left? Thresh? Poppy? Going into that second pick there. It could be Poppy support or Poppy jungle from Lonely there. But it is a good flex. It is also very good into Aurora and into MF. You're able to ult away the MF if she starts ulting in place. And you know what? I'm just him, I guess. I said Thresh. They pick Thresh. It is Poppy jungle and Thresh support. Very, very nice from Bark of War. I think Jarvan is still good here. If Akuma would like to go for it, I think it's a preemptive Poppy pick. I think is very smart now that I'm thinking about it. But Akuma, the pick is up to you. Do you match your support? Yes, you do. You go for the Nico support here. It actually could be jungle, again, in theory. But it is probably support.
And you already have a box with, you already have like a zone of influence with the Aurora here. You get that pop loss and you follow it up with that bullet time. It could be big damage for Akuma Distortion if they're able to pull it off. But Bark of War does...
I forgot that there's no bans here, so there's no reason to pause between the third pick.
Yeah,
I really don't want to see a Nocturne here. I think a lot of people will think that, oh, Nico Aurora, you can go Nocturne here for Akuma. I really think you need something like a Jarvan or something like a Sejuani to lock your target down. I think both are fine. I think both are really good. I don't know if maybe my producer could tell me, are they waiting out bans, or are they just waiting to pick on 4 here? But yeah, I mean, how do you round out this composition if you're Bark of War? I feel like you need a mage, you need a bruiser in that top side.
Yeah, and you definitely, and if you're Akuma, you need some frontline here. Desperately need it. And you have a lot of options that are available to it. My concern would be if you go for something like the Ornn, it's could still be relatively countered by the picks that are still available. Gwen is not available, but there are other options that could stop the scaling, stop the tankiness. Nunu is going to come in. I think that that's also a solid pick to pair up with the Realm Between Realms that the Aurora is able to pop off. And you're putting a lot of money on to this Aurora kit being super impactful. And Bark of War is going to say, hey, if you want to go into a zone, we're going to respond right back with it with the Galio. So they've got frontline for days. They need a little bit more damage, and they will get it with the Kindred, which now it looks like we're going to be seeing that Poppy in the top lane.
Yeah, I feel like we're potentially flexing Galio and Poppy, which seems weird to say. It's probably going to be Poppy mid, or Galio mid, sorry. But there's a world where this Aurora could go top into the Poppy, and they might try and match it with the Galio, or they might just bite the bullet. And because there's a world, right, where we just pick Yone here if we're Akuma and we send Aurora top. It's a bit cooking, but I think it actually isn't bad, especially when you're against Kindred. When you're okay, so it's Garen, and I think they would put the Garen mid here. And I think they want the Garen into you know, I don't think it matters. I think Akuma can pick whatever lanes they want. I imagine Bark of War is just gonna probably keep the lanes Poppy top, Garen jungle, or Galio mid. Sorry, I don't know why I said Garen jungle. It's that time of night. I have a cold. Leave me alone. But anyway, this is a very interesting comp from Akuma. Don't know how I feel about it. I feel like it is very. It's not a very stable engage. I don't know how else to say it. It's like, if it hits, it's great. If it doesn't, it's bad. But the likelihood of it hitting is not very often, unless like you're perfectly set up for it, because like you need the snowball to land into either the Pop Blossom or the Realm Between Realms. And the counterplay from Bark of War is we have Galio ulti and Kindred ulti. Have fun killing us when we can't die.
And
yeah,
the counter to that though is you do have that Realm Between Realms. The goal is to get bullet time to have its max value, right? Like you want to have that deal.
That is
massive
that is the end all be all of this.
That is the end all be all goal. And so now we got to look at how they can set that up. Realm Between Realms is a good option. Pop Blossom is also an option. Then you also have the new Snowball and Absolute Zero. So I think that they have ways to initiate onto it, but I think Bark of War has also drafted opportunities to be able to stop it. Steadfast Presence, you've got Keeper's Verdict, you've got the Box, you've got Death Sentence, you've got Galio Knockup, and ultimately you also have Lamb's Respite, which could also be a key part of this series. And I'm very much looking forward to seeing what Laundry is going to do against Sai and Kip. I think that that's been the most entertaining part of the series so far. And if one of these junglers is able to come out on top, which it seems like that has been the case in every single one of these series, I think that that's going to be the team that is going to eventually take the series. But you have been very good at predicting what champions are going to get picked, Septi. You have not been good at predicting what the soul is going to be.
That's yeah, okay. I'm very
all
good
I care.
at guessing the dragons, just not the right dragon. Okay.
That's correct. But you get to go again first.
What's the metagame gonna be in this one? Give me Mountain. Give me Mountain first.
Mountain. That's actually what I wanted to take. But I'm gonna take Hextech, and I'm gonna take Infernal.
All right. Let's go defensive dragons. Let's go Chemtech and let's go Ocean.
Sounds good, which will leave me with Cloud. Folks, we have our drafts now set up. I think it is as expected here. Bounty Hunter going to be going into the mid lane. You had talked about it maybe being the Garen going.
Yeah, I was
mid lane,
a bit.
But not going to be the case here. But overall, with the way the Bark of War has been playing, I feel like they have a strong chance of taking this win if they can do this one.
Yeah, I mean, they have two really heavy hyper carries in Kindred and in Jinx. They have a lot of tools to keep them safe. And honestly, I feel like if Mags is pressing W when they get hit by the snowball, I don't really think there's a world where they die, especially if there's a Kindred anywhere near them or a Thresh anywhere near them. I think Ratchet is very aggressive on Thresh as well, so I imagine we will have some early shenanigans in the bot lane, especially if Barco Duck. I mean, especially because Barco Duck is probably going to take lethal tempo. But I mean, we'll have to see. I think we've seen that this game was very volatile and that both teams have the hands to win any kind of team fight. Akuma Distortion definitely have probably the more comfort draft for them, but Bark of War I think has a very well constructed draft. So we will have to see how that dichotomy really works its way out in game number 4 in the deciding game.
Well, as
or
these
one of the
teams-
deciding games potentially.
Indeed, could be the deciding game. But as these two teams dichotomize and theorize and organize, we will be taking a quick break, and when we come back, we will jump into game. Should be a fun one. We'll see you soon.
Keep moving on. Keep moving on. And they say I have a grim sense of humor.
Welcome back, everybody. Game 4 here of this quarterfinals match between two teams that I believe could very easily take this tournament. But Bark of War is dominant in this series, up 2-1, and is looking out to close out the series, voiding that Game 5 ultimatum with so many champions taken away, no bans, where anything can happen.
I've seen this before.
Another 5-man start from the red side. Not going to find anyone this time. Not going to go too far forward. Going to be getting those backs. And I think, you know, tension is there. The pressure is on Akuma. They want to win this one. They want to make it to the semifinals. They don't want to lose 3-1.
No, I don't think anyone wants to lose 3-1. The gentleman's sweep, no thank you. But no, I mean, it is a tough game for anyone. And this is proof of that. That you know, no matter how good your regular season goes, come playoffs, the game is a totally different animal. And I mean, also as well, that this team, this Bark of War team, is no joke. And the rest of the league needs to be aware of what is happening here, regardless of the outcome of the series. As we're here, Ratchet started the E. Look at the damage from that Flay passive. Oh, wow.
Yeah, huge damage there from Ratchet. No check in the brush from Fails or Zeha means that, you know, Zeha going to have to make sure that Fails does not go down. Zeha opting to go for that cleanse, but Ratchet is going to go in once again, going to land another Flay onto Zeha, who's now at less than half HP. He's going to have to start popping those potions now.
And I mean, this is it's kind of why I like watching Ratchet play a lot of the time. It's because he will just do it. He'll just like walk at you, and a lot of the times people just have no idea how to react to it. Because I mean, what are you really gonna do? It exposes bad positioning, because the fact that Thresh is able to walk through a minion wave, flay you and auto you for 300 HP is an absolute shame. That there's no better way to punish him. But oh, level 3 from Mags, gonna get a decent trade of Slappy Joe. Somehow losing the HP battle in this top side. The grasp on the Poppy doing a whole lot here. Havoc trying to go for a play.
That passive regen though, and Havoc is trying to do their best to make sure that it doesn't proc. So level 3s are going to start to get unlocked for the top siders. Both Cyan Kip and Fortnite going to be going down into the bottom lane, and we'll get to see where that first mark is for Laundry. They've opted to go for Cyan Kip, maybe looking to see if they can find them in the jungle. So far, I think Bark of War just trying to be aggressive, trying to put that pressure on and make sure that they don't give too much CS in.
It is a bot side mark. That is unfortunate for Lonry here. We'll base and try and walk up to protect that top crab, but with the mid wave push as far as it is, Cyan Kip is probably just gonna walk across the mid lane and go for it. But gonna hit the clone. No big worries. As I think Zeha and Fails have rebounded really well from that early trade from the Bark of War bot lane. And now we're gonna have to see what Lonry decides to do with this setup. I'm not quite sure what their vision is. They're gonna be stepping over a ward here on these Raptor Ram. Gonna spot it out though, but knows very well what is going on in their mid lane here, and is most likely not just gonna go reset and go take their topside camps. As Fails now very close.
Mega Rain gonna drop. Slappy Joe gonna get a little bit of chip damage in on to Havoc. Both of the top laners very much happy with trading out damage. Refillable potion completed for Havoc after that early back. And now we're going to get a play in on to Bounty Hunter. Does have flash available, but Fortnite going to make it a 1-for-1, but nicely done from Bounty Hunter to be able to take out Mags. Snowball does not land on a Havoc this time. Is going to get silenced. Flash is still available. Ignite going to get dropped. Havoc.
Slappy Joe.
Whoa! Oh boy!
Goes down.
Oh no!
Dies to a minion auto. No triumph available on this Garen. Goes down, I believe, to the minion auto. it's not the end of the world. Mags is going to pick up this wave, actually doing a whole lot of damage here to Cyan Kip. No flash on this Nunu, which should be able to walk this one out with the snowballs. But look at the jungle. There is a Kindred walking around, but it might not matter. Mags just with the Justice Punch gonna come in and take one back. 3 for 2 now, the kill score in this game for the side of Bark of War. And if you're Cyan Kip, you can't help but feel a little bit disappointed that you weren't able to get out of that one with the wave push. But a good TP from Mags and a good sequence from the Bark of War mid laner. That first blood onto the mid lane. Actually, gave up first blood on the mid lane, but gets a trade kill. And then TP's top to get another kill for their troubles. Gonna have to see how that affects the game though. No TP on Galio now. Does have that hero's entrance.
And also has the burn as well, with so many players that are trying to be in the melee. Very early burn, I think it's going to be effective. And it is going to definitely be effective if they do opt to go for these Void Grubs. Death Sentence going to land in onto Cyan Kip, who is now very much in trouble. Bounty Hunter has the Realm Between Realms, and now Laundry in trouble. Nice Dark Passage from Ratchet. Mags now potentially going to be in trouble themselves, already using that Hero's Entrance. Keeper's Verdict going to be used to put Cyan Kip away, and Mags will go down, but Fails is going to make it a 1-for-1 so far. Slappy Joe going to try to get out. Bounty Hunter should be able to get out themselves, but again, a 1-for-1 support for mid laner.
Marco Duck came all the way up here though to try and influence that play. So on the bot side, Zeha might be able to push this in and get a plate for their troubles here. But critically, a second kill onto Slappy Joe means that this Garen is going to be scaling a little bit better than the Poppy. And with the pickup of that Phage, the damage from that Poppy is not going to be nearly as bad. And I'm starting to realize why Havoc was able to have so much success versus Slappy Joe, and it's because this Poppy is running Scorch, which has been doing a decent amount of damage. And it's something that people will do on Fiora a lot of the time when they run Grasp, is they'll run Grasp and they will take Scorch as well. So the short trades that they're able to do will have a whole lot more impact on the laner that they're playing against. It's very good when you're, a slightly weaker champion than the one you're going against, but a nice stun against the wall. Some nice little extra damage onto Slappy Joe, as God, the damage from Havoc is so strong.
And fast presence.
That's a big minion wave though, Havoc.
Slappy Joe thinks that they can do it. Does not have judgment though. Shield gonna come in. Gonna go for the whirlwind, and Havoc will take it. Even in the minion wave, Havoc is gonna be relatively low, but is going to survive, as we are going to see Laundry get caught out by Fails. Fails now might have been caught out themselves. Does have flash available, but it doesn't matter. Mega Inferno Bomb lands. Lamb's Respite is going to keep Laundry alive. And Cyan Kip with that absolute zero is going to pop and going to get absolutely crushed by Ratchet. But it is going to be a 1-for-1, as Bounty Hunter will be able to take out Fortnite. Barco Duck going to get away thanks to another great Dark Passage. Zaya going to try to take out Mags. I don't know why they lost that bullet time, but they did lose it. And Barco Duck gonna get the kill onto Zeha. Beautifully played by both ADs, but Barco Duck is gonna get the better of them. And now Bounty Hunter, though, gonna pick up 4 kills in that exchange, I think. Gonna be very potent in this next fight.
Yeah, Bounty Hunter gonna be so strong moving into the second part of this game. 4 kills, as you said, to their name. It'd have to flash, though, to get those kills. But is going to be able to base now. Does have TP available. Should be back on the map to help support this dragon play. As it looks like Cyan Kip is back on the map. But let's not forget, kills went the way of both Kindred and Jinx. So they are also scaling well into this game. Bounty Hunter opting for a very burst heavy version of the Aurora build, which I think is sort of been the direction that this champion has been trending since the changes to her ratios. Less burn, more burst. But so here she goes, finishing that Luden's Companion is definitely going to be a lot of damage, and it's going to be that Infernal Dragon Mountain will be next. So a little bit of extra resistance is going to be very important for both teams here. I would argue very important, more so for the side of Bark of War, as there's so much burst. Hook on.
Oh, Fails. Not yet level 6 of that pop loss. I'm going to be forced to flash away. Ignite was used by Ratchet. Unable to land the chompers there, but good defense. Fails, I think, desperately looking to get level 6. They can maybe try to go for an engage here. Ratchet also close to having their box. Cyankip is going to get knocked up by Mags. Going to get a deny that absolute zero. Going to try to get out with the chomp. Going to be down to 100 HP. Bounty Hunter, though, dangerous. And is going to be able to get a rampage going. Going to get a nice proc on to Fortnite.
No.
Oh, boy. Bounty Hunter coming in with this one on fire.
Yeah, I mean, this is the worry, right? Here comes the Pop Blossom.
And it's going to continue. That is a Pop Blossom bullet time to take out Ratchet for their second death of the game. Zeha now up to 2, 1, and 3. And Barco Duck has no mana available. Used that Super Mega Death Rocket earlier. Try to maybe get Bounty Hunter into low HP range. But Akuma Distortion is having a phenomenal start to game 4. And are looking to keep that going here as we move into the mid game.
Yeah, a nightmare sequence for the side of Bark of War there, dying in both mid and bot lane. Seha gonna be able to get this, not gonna be able to get this play rather, but will probably be able to back and go for that Essence Reefer potentially. No, not going for the Essence Reefer. Is going for an IE, I believe, but has an extra longsword because they were short on anything else. But Mag's not gonna be in this bot lane. Second set of grubs has spawned now. For those of you interested, Kindred has 2 stacks of her passive. So is not quite at that extended range or extended damage on her W, but is certainly getting there. But with no Pop Blossom, no absolute zero, it is going to be a grub sweep for the side of Bark of War. And the snowball is rolling, rolling, rolling. Havoc, though, going to be able to walk this one out as Cyankip. Not going to get punished, but very close to Lonery being able to jump and get a good chunk onto the Nunu.
That would have been the best play, though, considering that you did not have Pop Blossom. Cyankip was just barely able to get that absolute zero. So maybe I think thinking that they didn't try to go for an engage, considering all of the utility that Bark of War had. Ratchet gonna get rooted, gonna get hit with a little bit of damage there. Going to sniff out the clone, as Bounty Hunter is now going to be in the bottom lane against Mags. I think knows that they are a potent weapon here in this one. This time, Pop Blossom is available for fails. Zeha is coming in with that bullet time. Chompers are down. Ratchet does not have death set, or does have death sentence, misses it. Now can Akuma Distortion go in, knowing that some of those cooldowns are away? Nope. Bark of War will say, we do not want this fight. They will back off themselves. And Bounty Hunter will be able to pick up that second turret plate in the bottom lane.
Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna get a decent trade. We are seeing so much damage come out from this Aurora combo, and she has one item versus the, I would argue, fair amount of magic resistance. Hook landing onto Zeha as the cleanse, though. Should be trying to use it onto this trap here.
And will do it. Did not have to pop that flash. Good resolve. Slappy Joe is going to be in the 1v1 against Havoc again, but I don't think is ever going to be in threat of dying unless they go for a critical error there at this point. Second dragon spawning in a minute. Teleport is not yet available for Havoc, but it is there for Mags and will be available for Bounty Hunter in just a bit. So they might be able to do something, but is now going to be in trouble. Going to get taunted, going to go into the run between realms. Going to be able to get away. Nice escape from Bounty Hunter. Did not have to use flash either, but did use that ultimate.
Yeah, did have to use the ultimate to get away, but that is a very common trick that Auroras like to use to get away. It is only an 80-second cooldown at rank 2, so not the worst usage. Definitely better than using your flash to get away. The only worry is that you could get CC'd during it, but that was not the case there. Was able to get away. And Havoc going for a very aggressive build on this Poppy, although I feel like it's a bit necessary given that you are a very support / tank heavy team on this blue side here. But first items going to be finished across the board for the most part, besides Ratchet on this Thresh. Does have a kill though, so a little bit surprising that they have not been able to actually finish their first item. Did take a pit stop for those boots as fails.
Oh, flashing forward. Pop Blossom lands and Barco Duck goes down. Absolute zero to put Ratchet into a slowed state and be very low. Nice Lamb's Respite coming in from Laundry to be able to keep Ratchet alive and be able to get a little bit of healing back as well, but that tier 1 tower will go down. Gonna get rooted. Bounty Hunter wants it and Bounty Hunter gets it. That is gonna be fails taking that kill though, but still another 2 kills here for Akuma Distortion. They can now comfortably take second Drake.
Yeah, I mean, and all of these flashes as well being traded. That's, you know, flash off Bounty Hunter, Zeha, and fails there in that exchange for the one off of Barco Duck and Ratchet. And the game, I think, is slowly slipping away from the blue side here. I think they have a very good team fight composition, but they've just been getting out engaged. The combination of Cyan Kip and Fails has been really good over the last 5 minutes or so. And the gold lead, now sitting at about 5K or 4K for this red side here, is really, really good. I'm trying to think of where the traps might be. Is Lonely now going to get caught out here?
Oh boy, in trouble. Can't use the dark passage from Ratchet, and now Laundry is dead. And Bounty Hunter wants more Realm Between Realms used. Ratchet going to be at half HP, going to be able to walk away, but that Rift Herald is going to also go to Akuma Distortion. Mag's going to try to chip away at that tier 1 tower in the bottom lane with those 6 Void Grubs. But a very good start for Akuma Distortion. Mid-game is going according to plan. Bounty Hunter picks up their Cosmic Drive. Bloodthirster completed for Zeha. And this is the best start that we've seen from Akuma Distortion so far.
Yeah, this is the equivalent of what happened last game for the side of Bark of War. I think Iris Bounty Hunter is incredibly strong. I would really love to see them pick up a Dark Seal at this point. I think they are more or less one-shotting the majority of the members of Bark of War, besides maybe the Galio. But a lot of MR going to get picked up. It is going to be a Locket, most likely for Ratchet here, alongside a Wit's End for Fortnite. As Bounty Hunter now walking into Ratchet here. Does have the W.
Oh dear. Might be in trouble, and they are in trouble. Shutdown goes to Laundry and be able to get a little bit of money back into their build. And thank God they didn't have that Dark Seal. Would have lost 5 stacks there. Slappy Joe's going to get knocked up a lot of damage from that turret.
Yeah, well, I mean, Garen is allowed to take a mage rune and still do a bajillion damage, so it makes sense. But anyway, yeah, I mean, Kindred's still sitting only on 3 stacks, so it is not the end of times for Akuma just yet. Havoc now having used a whole lot of abilities. There's no flash. Is left to their lonesome here. Cyan Kip is here.
Rift Herald's going to drop. We're going to get a teleport coming in from Mags.
That is ulti off of Slappy Joe.
Slappy Joe will go down as that tower does now fall. Mags and Laundry going to try to go in, but that is 3 members of Akuma Distortion. Bounty Hunter is not here, though. A lot of the gold that the blue or the red team has is not available. That death sentence does not land from Ratchet, so they will be able to get out. And Septi, I'm going to once again take the soul in this game. I am 4 for 4 in this series.
Yeah, I mean, it's your night. I finally missed out on one of the dragons as well before the soul. You got that Infernal Dragon?
Yeah.
But hey, it is, you know, it happens from time to time. But hey, I mean, I think this game has been really interesting so far. I think the fact that Bark of War tried to fight that last fight with about 6,000 gold in inventory was maybe a bit of a mistake. But you know, you live and you learn. Or in Havoc's case, you die and you learn not to sit on a tower with 2,000 gold. But Dragon gonna be spawning in a minute and a half. Both teams have gotten their bases off. And this Nunu is fairly fed this game, has 2 items. Kind of surprised that the second item is going to be that Thornmail. I feel like it would have been more along the lines of a Randuin's than a Thornmail. But it is, you know, some heal denial, but there's not really that much healing. I feel like Fortnite here has the Lamb's Respite.
Gonna be Mags coming in with that heroic entrance. Fails. Might now be in trouble. Taunt is gonna land on the Slappy Joe, and they're gonna be taking that damage in thanks to that Kraken Slayer. Laundry gonna be very healthy against that Absolute Zero. Will be fine. Flash is used by Zeha and Cyan Kip and Fails, as well as that cleanse. And this dragon is looking a little bit easier here for Bark of War, as Ratchet is going to flash over and land at that sentence onto Cyan Kip. Huge play. A stack going to be taken for Laundry as well. And Akuma Distortion now going to be in a difficult spot if they want to go for that dragon. Look at all of the aggressive position coming in from Bark of War.
Don't forget, Bark of War still has 6 grubs. So they are able to absolutely shred a tower, especially with a Jinx and especially with a Kindred Bounty Hunter, though, is alive and kicking. So this Between Worlds could be very deadly. Has no flash available now, though. Had to flash away from the hook. Dragon at 5k. Barco Duck, rather, has the Q fully stacked.
Now we're going to get initiation onto the fight. Only going to hit Mags, who's going to be the target here. Going to be able to knock up Fails. Fails is going to go dangerously low, but will be able to get out. The other 4 members of Bark of War will die, or will be able to get away as well. But Akuma Distortion, not going to be able to get the dragon. I think a good trade for Bark of War stops the dragon stacking, which means we're going to be at 35 minutes, or 30 minutes, if Akuma Distortion is able to get the next 2. As Slappy Joe is now going to go in against Havoc, going to drop the Ignite. Havoc's going to be able to get out. Tower will go down in response.
That's really well played by Havoc there. Slappy Joe was 100% going to kill them there if they're able to get in range of that Q. Because that would have meant that they were able to proc the phase rush and they would have been in range for the Demacian Justice. But hey, take a look at the items on both these carries. It's 2 items completed for MF. 2.5 items completed for this Garen, who is incredibly fed. No one is really farming super well in this game, but it has been a little bit bloody. 26 kills at 21.5 minutes. Jinx working towards that IE after the Yuntal. And I'm kind of surprised the Irish Bounty Hunter isn't being more aggressive with their flashes and ultis. I feel like flashing defensively was not ill-advised, but maybe a little bit worried. You know, it's always in games like this that you wonder, as Mags is potentially get caught here.
Fails landing that route. Taunt is going to land in onto Cyan Kitten, so they will be able to back off. Nicely navigated by Mags with that flash. Will get out. The vision is dominant from Akuma Distortion on the top side of the rift. All of those camps going to be up red, but that control ward from Bark of War is actually putting in a ton of work here, Septi. So it's going to be denied. Fails. Going to land a root on the Ratchet. But now the Baron is going to get started. Havoc does have teleport available, and it will use it immediately. And now we're going to see if Akuma Distortion wants to continue to commit to it. They will not. Rudy's going to land it onto Mags once again. Havoc going to opt to go back. And now Laundry going to go in against Slappy Joe. Going to be able to land the slow from Wolf. Going to also be Slappy Joe landing it. Lands Respite. Not going quickly enough. Shutdown onto the Kindred.
Yeah, that is definitely a mistake from Lonry there. Was trying to rely on their skills, but hold on, the snowball is here. Gets interrupted by the Lantern. Root gonna land with the Havoc. Lantern is still there though. Here comes the Grand Entrance onto
nice
2, but the Between Realms is gonna be there. Jinx is hitting the Bounty Hunter is down. Here comes the bullet time though. Barco Duck not excited anymore, but the damage is not quite there. Snowball gonna come again. Is gonna hit more than one. No. Snowball gonna go wide. Barco Duck not really being able to land any more hits here. The hook gonna go wide as well. Zeha is just gonna walk down the remainder of this Bark of War side, and it's going to be a 4-for-2, I believe, in the extended fight.
And I was a little bit concerned for a Bounty Hunter. They went in by themselves, and so good on Havoc for surviving as long as they did. So Bounty Hunter will die once again, going to be delayed on being able to get that Void Staff, but getting caught out of position there going to result in Baron getting taken by Akuma. That will extend their lead even further. 1 second remaining. All 5 members are going to get it, and they will come in, but teleport is going to come through as well. Slappy Joe is going to get hit by the Zap. Gonna have the extra movement speed. Mags wants it. Gonna get the taunt onto Slappy Joe, so they might be able to get one Baron off of this one. And indeed, they will not. Slappy Joe barely survives here. And that means all 5 Barons are gonna be up for Akuma Distortion for this next big push.
That's just the real extra kick, you know? Not being able to get that as Bounty Hunter trying to find a play here. No flash available though. Gotta get hooked here and trapped up.
Oh, extension from Bounty Hunter again. Akuma Distortion will lose their mid laner. They now have that Void Staff available, but 50 seconds remaining until the next dragon spawns. They will be up just in time to teleport in and be there for the fight.
Yeah, should be no problem here. I mean, it's fine. It's sort of a nothing death. You don't get to use your Baron as much as you would like to, but by the time they push in this next wave, the Aurora should be available to TP and be able to join back with them. Wards have not really been set up too much in this bot side, but I mean, taking a look at the gold, it looks as though everyone has spent besides the Kindred. And honestly, it looks like we're not even going to go for this dragon fight. It looks like we're going to try and trade for this top tower. And I think that is incredibly well advised. So much so that we might actually try and dive Iris Bounty Hunter. There is no TPs, no one to really save the Aurora should they decide to step up to this tower, but probably will smell it coming, considering that Kindred has not shown yet. We'll try and play the one-shot potentially.
Realm Between Realms used. Lancer Spike could be used there by Wanri. Bounty Hunter going to be forced to flash as well. Will not have that available as the tower will go down. And I think mission accomplished for Bark of War. They get that tower. And the Baron has not resulted in a single tower taken for Akuma Distortion until now. Slappy Joe going to be able to get that top bottom tier 2 tower. They've got about a minute remaining on their Baron buff, but Bounty Hunter is going to be forced to back again. Ratchet is now there with Mags on the defense, but that cannon is now going to be putting in a little bit of damage onto that inhibitor tower, as they will be able to get another tower down in the mid lane. A lot of damage coming out of Slappy Joe onto Mags, and they'll have to back off.
Yeah, you wouldn't guess that Aaron is also like the second most tanky champion in the game too, with 3 offensive items. Sure, right. Well played.
And I also want to bring this up though, because we have seen this mark on the Akuma Wolves for like 10 minutes here, and Laundry has not been able to get it, but they might be able to get one here, as Fails is going to go golden, Absolute Zero is going to pop, Laundry is still going to be relatively healthy, but does not have Lamb's Respite, does not have Flash, used Ghost already. Barco Duck going to try to get a little bit of damage in on the Cyan Kip, but no! Realm Between Realms is there, and it's a double kill for Zeha. Bounty Hunter is still healthy, and is going to be able to get a little bit more damage in onto Ratchet. Now Slappy Joe is going to be up against Havoc in the bottom lane. That inhibitor is not going to survive much longer. Slappy Joe.
Oh my god, the Garen damage.
This. Oh my lord. Demacian Justice is available, but Havoc will be able to back away just quickly enough.
I was wondering when we're going to start seeing the wallet difference, and it is right now. Right now is when we are seeing that there is not enough damage on the side of Bark of War, and the items on the side of Akuma are just far too gold efficient and far too useful in this game state. Iris Bounty Hunter 3 items, Slappy Joe 3 items. Now Cyan Kip 3 items. I imagine Zeha is very close to finishing an IE as well if they do not have an inventory. Oh, they absolutely do. Basing with 3,000 gold. Jesus. Yeah, gotta have that IE as well as a Last Whisper component. And sort of like last game, this is sort of like a matter of time sort of thing, unless, you know, Bark of War find a really good pick, and even then I don't know if it's enough to snowball because you are missing so much of your base. You are down so many dragons. It is sort of like a we flip Elder or we lose kind of game. But I don't even know if they'll get a chance to get to Elder because that is still 7 or 8 minutes away from spawning. And with 2 items down, I don't imagine Akuma will take their foot off the pedal for very long.
Only one lane with towers up, and that is top side. Bounty Hunter and Cyan Kip are there, and it has the added benefit of pushing out that top lane before Baron spawns in a minute 10. Slappy Joe will continue to harass the bottom side of the rift. Havoc is going to be forced to be there to make sure that those towers don't get taken. And the rest of Bark of War need to try to defend what remains of their base. Cyan Kip is going to move forward, going to get taunted by Mags. They're going to be just fine, and now Mags could potentially be in trouble. Chompers are going to land, going to be a nice direction there, but Mags is going to be dangerously low, and Cyan Kip will pick up their second kill of the game using that Absolute Zero. And with Mags dead, that heroic entrance is now gone. Akuma Distortion should feel very confident to either close this game out or look to go for those neutral objectives. Let's see what they decide to do. Ratchet will go wide on the death sentence, and that's going to be Barco Duck going down as well. Ratchet dangerously low. Laundry going to drop the Lantern Spike, going to get a little bit of healing thanks to it. But the tower's going to go down. The inhibitor is next. Root's going to land from Fails, who's going to be low themselves. As Havoc and Laundry going to try to do what they can to keep these turrets alive, but it is not going to do much. And we're going to go to Game 5 here, Septi. Another Game 5 series in the playoffs of the AML. And I love to see it.
You would not have asked for anything more than, you know, another Game 5. I think it is incredibly exciting to see both these teams push it to the absolute limit. We're going to game 5. There are no bans anymore in this series. We're going to see the best of the best that these teams have to offer. Bark of War do get side selection for it, so we will have to see. I imagine they're going to go red side. I imagine they're going to try and cook for some counter pick draft. Although, I mean, we got to look back. We got to see sort of the things that were banned away. It was constantly, you know, the Vlad, the Zyra, constantly taken off the board, the Xerath as well. So we'll have to see how these teams with no weights attached to their ankles, how they're able to make these plays happen, and really go for the win. But yeah, as we take a look at this gold graph, it is, I mean, very similar to game number 3. I feel like it was very steady for the first, you know, 10 minutes or so, and then all of a sudden, you know, it starts going the way of the team that is probably playing the more comfortable style, the team that has to make fewer big plays to succeed. It got to a point where Jinx was not doing enough damage, Kindred was not doing enough damage, and the Galio and Poppy were not tanky enough. I think bar a couple good hooks from Ratchet, it was a complete stomp for the side of Akuma, and we're going to a game 5.
Yeah, we're gonna go to a game 5. Once again, I feel like it was a jungle, or not necessarily a big jungle difference, but I feel like Cyan Kip's presence in the game was a lot more felt.
Yeah.
A couple of missed land versus fights there from Laundry, I think, cost them. But overall, another solid game, another 30-minute banger here in this series. We will be back for game 5 in just a bit, so don't go anywhere, folks. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, everybody. We are now here for Game 5 of this quarterfinals here in the Aegis Marauders League. Another exciting series to watch. Akuma Distortion dominant from start to finish in Game 4. But now the training wheels are off. The bans are no longer here. And every champion that has not yet been picked in this series will now be available for these teams to pick up. You can take a look to see at what those champions were at the bottom of our screen. And we're going to start off with the Akuma Distortion going at the Gwen, followed up by Bark of War going the Volibear.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like we're kind of burning through this draft. Teams they know what they want to pick. Bark of War, gonna be going for that Volibear. I'm not sure if it's going to Lonely or if it's going to Havoc. But we will have to see. But this Gwen has been banned every single game, and honestly, versus Vlad versus Volley, I feel like Varus and Volley, I feel like Vlad is very good. But also, you got to think about it. There are a lot of ADs that are already pinched. There's no Corki, and we're seeing it. Saber Varus is going to be the matchup. Saber very good notoriously into Varus because you have that spell shield for the ulti, as well as the various arrows that come flying at you throughout the game. Curious to see what they pair it with. I don't really know what is really left. I think Renata is a good one. I think Karma is very good as well. We don't really have any of the traditional supports left. Braum may be the best one of the tanks. Bard is available, but I don't know, because if you think about it, right, I feel like red side should win 9 times out of 10 on a draft like this, purely because there's no bans on counter picks. There's no bans on, trade picks. So, blue side gets 1 power pick on B1 and then you get 2. It's sort of, the odds are not great, as Bark of War going to lock in that Xerath as well. So we're going for a very poke heavy build, and I believe that Volley is going to be going to jungle, as this Lonely in the lobby chat typed, "I am the storm." So yeah,
Makes sense. I like Volibear in the jungle, and especially against the Gwen. I think that there is chances that Volibear doesn't stop the Gwen snowball, and Akuma Distortion has built a composition that can absolutely snowball this game, especially if we get to the 25-26 minute mark, which every single game has at least gone to 25 minutes in this series. The only game, that game 3, went to 25 for Bark of War. All of the other previous games were 30 minutes plus. And so we expect to see champions going into their 3rd, 4th, maybe even full build items if they're doing very well. And so Bark of War now need to deciding what they want to do here in R4. That Xerath, which has been banned away as well, is going to now be available. And Akuma Distortion could decide to go for the Syndra in response. But looking at the other champions that were banned, Vladimir, like you were talking about earlier, Skarner is going to be available. But unfortunately, Teemo is not going to be up here for Akuma, taking it away as a joke, I believe.
good bans. I remember back in the day when we were trying to not ban stuff, we would just ban TSM XD.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Caddy.
Skip bans. No, Caddy is just, the bans are hidden. It's an invisible Teemo. Was it Riot August joke? He would use invisible Teemos to. Anyway, Rakan gonna get picked up here for the side of Bark of War. Gotta be ratchet on that. Ambessa is going to get picked by Akuma Distortion. It's going to be the first time seeing her on stream. Seeing her. Hold on, we might be goofing a little bit. Usually Ambessa is not enabled. Oh, it is not enabled. Just kidding. So we will have to repick that. It will probably be Vlad instead of Ambessa. We will let you know shortly as to what the change is going to be. It's slightly scuffed. Oh, just kidding. I don't know what I'm saying. I'm reading chats and I'm losing my mind. It is enabled. I'm sorry for misleading people. It's going to be Ambessa Vlad as the last picks. And Darius will round out Bark of War's composition. I don't know how I feel about it. I think it's fairly decent into Gwen, but I think it's going to be... I'm not actually sure between Mbessa and Gwen, which is going jungle. I know they've both been played in both roles. I think Vlad mid into Xerath is going to be rough for the Vlad, but ultimately into the rest of the composition it will be fairly good. But we will have to see.
And my concern is here, as my concern is for every single new champion, including the Aurora as well. When we were first seeing it, is Odessa is very new, and how much time has Akuma Distortion had to play with this champion? Are they familiar with all of the intricacies that they can provide? If they are, then it's a great pick, because maybe Bark of War is not prepared for it, but it could very easily fall flat on their face, and then the rest of Akuma is going to have to pick up the pieces. Darius, I think, can be a very easy champion to stop or deny a snowball, and so I'm very happy for this R5 pick here from Bark of War. Now remember, every single team that has played on red side has ended up winning the game, and so if that trend continues, Bark of War will win this series. And with the trend that I've had on the Dragon Souls today, I'm going to be picking one of the three here in this one. But with the Cloud Soul picked last time, one of the dragons I picked.
Can you read back the dragons that have been selected tonight?
Ocean, Cloud, Infernal, Cloud.
Okay, so it won't be Cloud. You know what? I did this last time. It's game 5 content dragon. Give me the Infernal, please.
Infernal sounds good. I'm gonna take the Hextech and Chemtech Souls.
I feel like I don't want Cloud. Though statistically, it will not be Cloud again. So
Ocean Mountain then for you?
Give me Ocean and Mountain, please.
Sounds good. That'll keep me then with the Cloud. Cloud is the most picked champion here dragon in the AML this season, with 5 total. Hextech only 2 times, so we'll see if maybe the numbers are on my side in that way. But very exciting game. We will definitely see if the Odessa pick was the right call, if this Bard is able to get going, or if Bark of War, feeling confident in their abilities, feeling confident in their strategy, will be able to eke out another Game 5 win and move forward in this tournament. Defending champion players, can they do it? Or will Akuma Distortion find themselves in the semifinals themselves? It'll be a fun series either way. We'll be back in just a bit for Game 5. Welcome back. We are now here for the final game between Akuma Distortion and Bark of War. For Bark of War, this is their opportunity to continue on in this tournament and defend their title as AML champions. For Akuma Distortion, a team with multiple members that have gotten so close to being AML champions but have just missed the mark. This is their chance to win this one, take out a super strong team, and move on to the semifinals feeling, I think, very good about their position in the remainder of the tournament. Septi, very exciting series so far. What have been your thoughts?
I mean, I think that either team who wins this game is going to feel very relieved. I think from all we've seen, this series was quite literally bounced on a knife's edge the entire time. It looked rough for both teams. I think we've seen high highs. This is going to be just a lot of repeating of these teams have both looked really good, but I don't think whoever loses should go home with their heads, with their heads held down. I think they should be proud of what they did and, leave it all out there. We got the new champion Mbessa. We have comfort picks. We have Vlad, Xerath, and Volibear in a game, Moose. When would you have guessed at the start of the season that we would have all three of these champions, let alone like two of them at the same time in a game?
That's what makes it possible with Fearless Draft. Both teams pinched out of 40 champions before the start of this one. 50 unique champions played in this match. And it just goes to show that not only do you have to have good skill, not only do you have to have good game macro, but you also have to have champion variability. You can't just be that one-trick pony and expect to have that carry you into a championship title. So we're seeing that here today. And for players like Lonry, like Zeha, like Mags, it's a time to showcase all of the work that they have done in their multiple seasons here in the AML. Let's take a look at where we're going now. We're going to get symmetrical jungling coming in from both sides. Actually, looks like there's going to be a steal happening here from them. Both sides taking him. Vertical jungling, pardon me.
It's going to be some vertical jungling, but interestingly enough, Slappy Joe is pushing when they're being verticaled against, which is, sort of the natural progression of range versus melee. And Lone Ray is going to try, does not really, or should know that their bot side is gone, or at least the majority is, but will find the Gwen now in the jungle. I believe Volibear does win early on in this 1v1, as Fails is trying to be the first one to move, but Mbessa does have the advantage currently. Well, Volibear, it looks like, will be able to get at least half of that camp. We'll look to try and push out the Gwen from this first crab. And do you flip the game on crab at level 3? Does not look like it. I'm always curious in the psychology of players, and game 5s are always the most interesting because they're both the game where people are the most risk averse but also trigger happy at the same time if they think a play is going to go well for them. And so it's interesting to see which players are the play for stability, play for the ability to fight when your champion is strong, versus I think the ops made a mistake, so I'm gonna go for it right now. And both teams for now just taking the consistency approach, and we'll live to see another Scuttle Crab.
Definitely so. Impressive on both sides, I think, from Bounty Hunter's perspective. They've pushed out Mags while still being very healthy themselves. And for Mags, still being able to get a significant amount of CS, keeping it even, but will have a early teleport. What does Bounty Hunter decide to do? Will they match or maybe try to go for a roam with their lane pushed? Looks like they're going to stay in lane, and they're going to get a roam from Fails.
Volibear was spotted in that bush, by the way.
Bounty Hunter not going to land the Q. And going to see Slappy Joe going to be able to get out of that gank from Lonry in the top lane. Bounty Hunter will once again clear that out. The Darkhound step, the cleave that Bounty Hunter has is just whipping away at this wave, and it's a interesting mid lane pick, and it's, I think, putting in some good work here against Mags.
It definitely is a pick that Mags has to be careful with. It is not a champion that Xerath traditionally is able to handle, especially once the Zambessa gets level 6 and is able to more or less instant transmission, is I guess the best way I could describe it, onto the Xerath if they hit their ulti. But Ratchet is back on this top side. Based went top, based again, walked out mid. Is going to be here now to try and get some push for these grubs that have spawned. And I think when you're playing against both Xerath and Darius, it is imperative that you are able to defend these grubs. Good dodge from Bounty Hunter. And it looks like a lot of damage onto this Zambessa, though. Will it be the first blood? 1 HP. Here comes the right of the arcane, and it will be going to Ratchet, who did such a nice job there. Used the Ignite, got the kill. Not intentionally, but just wanted to guarantee that it went down. But still, 400 gold the way of the Rakan. And first grubs as well. Going to be picked up by Volibear, who is going to be going for the build that we see a lot of top lane Volibears go for. It will be that Rod of Ages, most likely into the Navori Quick Blades. Not a build that we traditionally see in jungle because it is not... It is very gold heavy. It is very gold reliant. And so if you're not able to get kills and, you know, get consistent gold, it is hard to stay on pace with that build. But nonetheless, Lonely gonna go for it.
Yeah, and that's going to give a little bit of gold to the side of Bark of War with that Dark Seal picked up by Ratchet, and try to get a little bit more bang for their buck if they can continue to roam around the map and be effective. Other than that, we are seeing slight CS leads in some of the lanes and jungles. Slappy Joe, though, trying to be able to get out from a Havoc, who popped the Ghost. Noxian Guillotine is there, but Cyan Kip going to avoid losing out on their blue buff. In Fortnite now may be in trouble, and they are in trouble. Bark of War will lose their jungler, and Zambessa, Bounty Hunter, going to be able to pick up their first kill.
Yeah, that is not the person you want to be giving that kill to, but it looked like they thought that they had push from their top laner. Here we go. Slappy Joe going to be popping the R onto Havoc.
Ooh, voids the Decimate, gonna flash for it. Flash for flash, not enough damage. All summoner spells used in the top lane, definitely ripe for the picking with either one of them having teleport, but Slappy Joe still at half HP, going to be able to regen that up relatively quickly and push that wave forward. Dragon is available. This Fails is roaming around, going to find Ratchet in the Tri-Brush, will stun them out. So looking to get a little bit of chip damage onto them. Dragon is now available. Cyan Kip is now level 7. Is farming up nicely against Laundry, who is now slipping in that CS race. And I feel like this is a weird... my question now is...
Oh, hold on. Bounty Hunter popping the ulti.
A lot of damage on to Mags. Not going to be able to finish the job, though. But now Mags is going to be vulnerable. Does not have teleport themselves. And so I did want to ask you about this Gwen here. You know, this Gwen pick in the jungle, we've been seeing it pop up in the AML a couple of times. What are we looking for? What is that threshold for them to be starting to be that huge threat?
Level 6.
Just level 6?
Level 6 and the ability to press R in a fight does. Slappy Joe, opposite phase rush.
Ooh,
gonna dodge,
wow.
but Havoc. This is gonna be a very interesting lane to watch on the top side, because I thought I saw a flash, but I think it was just an Zambessa ability. Oh, it's not gonna land that from Fails.
Ooh, don't go in onto it. Ratchet not going to be able to land that knockup. Electrocute going to put Bounty Hunter down to less than half HP again. No more refillable potion stacks. So Joe going to drop the invulnerability. Get a little bit of healing back in. But yeah, going back up to the top side. Interesting lane. How so?
I mean, just to see how volatile it's been so far, I feel like we've seen, obviously, the almost solo kill that Slappy Joe had onto Havoc, but also the fact that I feel like bar maybe 1 or 2 instances, Havoc has had full control of the pressure on this lane. And Slappy Joe, you know, if they did not have access to the Sanguine Pool, would, you know, really be struggling here. But has played well, has played around the margins very closely, and Havoc without flash, that ghost is sort of forced to play on the back foot here. No real kill pressure.
Slappy Joe.
Fails is here.
Sanguine Pull is there, but the stun does not land. Hemoplague going to come in. Havoc will go down, cannot use a Noxian Guillotine. Cyan Kip will drop the needlework. Gonna get a lot of damage in onto Laundry. Now here comes Bounty Hunter. Ultimate still available for them. Charm is gonna land from Ratchet, but they're 1 HP. Barely going to get out, but now Laundry is gonna get hit by Bounty Hunter, and that is gonna finish them as well as Ratchet, who gives Zeha their first kill in this contest. And now Void Grubs going to be started by Akuma Distortion to avoid Bark of War getting the 6 stack.
All the while, Mags had TP and opted to instead try and play for the spot side, try and get some gold back. It is about 1,000 gold in favor of Akuma here in this game so far. So the curse of the red side, or the curse of the blue side rather, not really affecting them so far in this game. It is going to be first items completed on jungle and of mid for this Dorado side, or not Dorado, sorry, Akuma side. Oh yeah. I'm gonna get an earful for that one. But anyway, it is really interesting to see that, you know, Lonry still did. Anyway, it is. Sorry, I'm reading chat. But anyway, the fact that they're so aggressive on this top side, despite the fact that both Gwen and Vlad and Sivir are such scaling champions, really shows again the mentality of this game. They are not afraid to make it happen. Whereas we see Mags, we see Barco Duck, they have really not been trying to force themselves into, you know, the majority of the plays that have been happening. And I feel like the rest of their team is sort of being affected for it, because Cyan Kip, who is finished with that Nashor's Tooth, has had such a successful bout of Ratchet gonna take away the big raptor of counter invades, or rather invade defenses. Already the arcane. Oh my god, so much damage from Mags here.
Boy, skipping away to safety. No, so much range from Mags will secure the kill on to Cyan Kip. Dragon is up for the taking, but now Bounty Hunter is here after a nice stun from Fails once again. Ratchet's gonna go down with nothing left of the tank. Killing spree for Mbessa, and now Fortnite is in trouble themselves. Can they get out? No. Oh boy, Tempered Fate might have actually cost them dearly there. Bounty Hunter will give a shutdown over to Barco Duck, their first kill of the game.
Yeah, Mags, I said Mark. Mags and Barco Duck getting into a double ghost pop. Here comes the Hemoplague from Slappy Joe. Going to be able to use the empowered Q, but Havoc is going to be around, has 3 stacks now. They reset though, not gonna be able to actually get them. Here comes the 5. Havoc is gonna be able to get that solo kill, and I said it before, and I'll say it again. Without summoner spells, this matchup is close to impossible for the Darius, but it does not matter, as Iris Bounty Hunter gonna ulti out to Mags here though. Here comes the needlework from Cyan Kip though. Gonna use all 3 procs not to find anything, but Fails is still around. Gonna try and now escort their jungler to the camps that belong to Lonry. Ratchet might have something to say about it, or at least we'll see it happening. And yeah, another crazy play. I feel like Bounty Hunter has been flipping these plays, not flipping, but has been going for a lot of plays on this Mbessa purely because this champion is so strong. 3 kills, the completed Cyclo Sword. But I think Mags on this Xerath has been absolutely impeccable. Missing so few skill shots in this matchup that has really made a difference in keeping the Mbessa's health down, keeping their ambition, their ability to actually make the play so low that it has been incredibly, not a volatile lane, it has been an incredibly boring lane in this mid lane. And the only thing's really happening once the Mbessa moves around the map. And Moose, we gotta point this out. We are close to 15 minutes into the game. Grubs are split. There has not been a single dragon taken on the map. No one wants the scaly flying boys. No one wants to find out what the soul is going to be.
They don't, and it hurts my feelings a little bit. But Bark of War is going to pick up the Rift Herald. Slappy Joe's going to be forced to flash play, and now Ratchet may be in trouble dashing back themselves. Temper Fate lands on a 2. They are now exposed. Slappy Joe, Hemoplague's going to land, but Slappy Joe unable to get out this time. uses flash in that one. Ratchet's going to be at half HP, but now Havoc is going to be in trouble. Needlework is going to get popped, and Fails will take that one. Now here comes Bounty Hunter to try to finish the job. Ratchet's going to fall. Bounty Hunter, ultimate available. Mags the bottom lane. That's going to be the second kill for Cyan Kip 2 in this fight. And now with 4 members of Akuma Distortion in the mid lane, they will take out that tower. It is now 1 tower to 1 tower in this game, and it looks like finally we're going to get our first Dragon Tech.
First tower blood, though, going the way of Mags, though. And this is a really interesting sort of way the Mags is playing this game. Yes, the Xerath is very strong. Yes, the Champion Master is very high. When Mags is playing this, I feel like how they would play a solo queue game. Your team is inting, I'm going to go farm a side lane. I can use my ulti if they're close enough, but if they fight away from me, it's their fault. And I honestly kind of like the way that he's doing that. I feel like, you know, maybe it is going to force their team to play just a little bit more reserved. Because let's be honest, we've all been victims of a fed Xerath who's, you know, sniping a quarter of your health bar from off your own screen. And Mags, who has been doing a great job of landing these skill shots, is probably, you know, I'd argue one of the best opportunities at stopping the very hard engage that comes from having a Vlad, Mbessa, and Gwen. So long as Max is getting gold, I don't know necessarily if the play is bad. Because, I mean, take a look at the difference right now. It's 1,000 gold in favor of Akuma, but I would argue that if Max joined to play, or if, you know, Havoc is able to get a single stack a single, what is his is Hemorrhage versus Hemoplague. I love the bleeding champions. But anyway, if Havoc is able to stack up the Hemorrhage, it's, you know, it is very dangerous for the side of Akuma here. And Bounty Hunter now going to try and threaten, as Ratchet has been here for a minute on this top side, just waiting for someone to overstay their welcome in the top side. And without a flash, Slappy Joe might be the victim here. Oh, Stridebreaker not going to hit.
Freehead will hit, though, and Decimate's going to get the critical as well. Gonna have to use that Sanguine Pool. Misses using it, and that's going to be the Neoxian Guillotine, dropping them down to about 100 HP. And Ratchet will move forward. Nice flash utilization. Cyan Kip going to try to deal some damage in onto Having. Needlework is there. Not going to get that last Needlework proc, but will be able to survive. Another Temper Fit use. This time, Cyan Kip will be able to survive a little bit longer. Mags gonna teleport into this one. They want a piece of this action. They don't have flash up, though, and that is a triple kill for Bounty Hunter, quadra kill for Bounty Hunter, and an ace for Akuma Distortion.
Yeah, that is the worst case scenario if you are a fan of Bark of War. It was really well played, a great TV from Iris. Bounty Hunter, Slappy Joe did go down, but the rest of their team was there. Cyan Kip was able to actually stall for so long with the usage of their W. And now the gold has skyrocketed. 4,000 gold is the lead in favor of Akuma. They're going to knock down 2 towers as well as getting nice base. And Dragon as well went the way of the blue side here. And we are looking a little bit scary if you are a fan, once again, of the Bark of War. You have close to 2 items completed on your Volibear, close to 2 items completed on your Xerath. But the Mbessa champion at 7-2-0, the Gwen with the completed Rabadons at 18 minutes into the game. It is looking dire. But let's remember, there is no direct timer on this game. The dragons have not been stacked efficiently. The Baron is really the only way for Akuma to end this game early. And unless a massive, misplay happens, and unless someone gets hit by a Bard ulti, or, tries to fight a fight that they are not prepared for, it is very hard, I'd say, for Akuma to actually find a fight that is on their own accord, as Ratchet and Havoc here once again, but Cyan Kip as well.
No teleport available, but Cyan Kip is going to get charmed, but Gwen is immune. Still has so much healing available. Oh my god, it's like they did absolutely nothing as Laundry gets stunned, and Cyan Kip will go on a rampage. Gonna get knocked up, but it doesn't matter. Oh my god. Obliterating Ratchet and Fortnite, as Havoc is gonna be 1 HP, going to try to suicide under tower. Or maybe back. They will opt for the suicide. And that's going to mean that 3 members are down as it is another Tempered Fate landing. And this time, double flash. Great hands coming in from Mags and Barco Duck as Fails will get stunned and rooted and fall for their first death of this game. A nice response. But Dragon is now up in 30 seconds. Another huge influx of gold for Cyan Kip, who now has the Sorcerer's Boots as well, is close to having that 10 CS per minute, playing impeccably here in Game 5.
You know, Moose, I don't know about you, but I think we're starting to see why this Gwen was banned in every game so far this series. Cyan Kip is a bit of a monster on it.
Yeah.
Oh. It's, I mean, it's just been great map awareness to be able to be in a good position. You know that they're going to go for your Vlad, who has been, you know, not mispositioning, but has been positioning very aggressively. And there just has not been enough damage. There's not been enough heal cut to deal with the fact that Abessa, Vlad, and Gwen are all healing 10 bajillion damage every fight. And now with the second dragon of the game spawned at 21 minutes, we're going to get a Hex Infernal into what is going to be the final content dragon. I feel like the only way it could end is with a, oh, I was going to say Chemtech, but I finally win one, baby. Finally. It is going to be the Ocean. Let it be known that Septi does not lose the dragon game 5 times in a row.
Well, there's the first time for everything.
That is true. That is
like you said earlier. But now that Ocean Soul is coming in, you've got massive regen if you're able to get it, but Akuma Distortion would have to wait until the 31-minute mark for them to reach that point, which could happen. They've got good damage coming up from Cyan Kip Bounty Hunter, and Zeha has been comfortably...
I feel like Akuma are far enough ahead. They are... they're 5,000 gold ahead or so. But I feel like they're almost strong enough where they can start a Baron and not be worried about the engage coming from Bark of War. But it is very scary because you have the poke Varus, you have the poke Xerath, so you have to be sure you can actually turn the engage. And with Xerath and Varus not having flashes, now is the perfect time because you still have your Tempered Fate available. You have the Ghost coming up shortly for your Gwen. But if you wait too long and you wait for those flashes to actually come back up, then it will be a little bit harder to very difficult to start a fight. Because you can only bait your enemies into ganking you so many times before they just stop doing it and play the farm and poke you out. But with that said, the damage is done for the most part. This Gwen is 10 CS per minute, 2.5 items, is probably working towards a Shadow Flame, would be my guess. And this is
oh Lord, solo bolo for Cyan Kip, dominating 350 gold bounty. My God. And now what can Bark of War do? They are now down 1. Power play is there. Right of the arcade going to land, but Fails is going to be the target. Going to be forced to flash. Oh, the last right of the arcade misses, and Fails is going to dodge a lot of those kill shots. But unfortunately for Slappy Joe, they're going to get hit by the Chains of Corruption and are going to fall as well. Mags is going to go down, but here comes Cyan Kip. Here comes that super fed member. Bounty Hunter is also fed and is going to be unstoppable, going to be able to pick up 1. Cyan Kip picks up Barco Duck. And Zaya gets in on the action now, 2-0 in 7. That is an ace for Akuma Distortion once again. And the lead is extended to 6,500.
Yeah, I mean, and that's not even the end of it. They're going to get Baron. They're going to get 300 gold per member. It is going to be Baron buff onto hopefully at least 4 of them. I don't think they're going to wait for Slappy Joe, no. But apparently, if you let your Vladimir die, it'll bait the entirety of Bark of War to try and fight you for the 5th time in a row. And if you're Akuma Distortion, I feel like you're super happy with this. I think you looked a little bit shaky earlier on in this in the series, but now once you've gotten the picks that you need, I mean, we said it in game 3, it looked a little bit weird, the champions that they were going for, but it was all for the sake of having the stronger champions later on. But I don't even know if you can argue that's the case, because I think Mags has looked phenomenal. I think Raj has found some great plays around the map, despite, you know, them often being covered by Cyan Kip. But the champions were there. The Ambessa has looked fantastic.
Okay, Mags is going to get hit by the Tempered Fate. It is now going to get targeted. Bounty Hunter is there as well, and Psychic is legendary. Gonna be able to pick up their 8th kill of the contest. Double kill is there. Bounty Hunter is gonna be very low, but is gonna be able to back off and Baron up.
But Slappy
the
Joe is behind
minions.
them. Look behind them. Slappy Joe, Hemo Plague onto 2.
Oh boy, and now Havoc gonna be able to get a nice apprehend onto 2 themselves. Havoc going to die immediately to Cyan Kip. This Gwen cannot be stopped. And it's looking like Bark of War, the defending champions, might fall here in this game 5 situation, and it's looking more and more likely as Cyan Kip gonna be able to avoid Laundry's ultimate, gonna be able to avoid the piercing arrow. Gwen is immune, Gwen has healing, Gwen is gonna solo Laundry, and Mbessa's gonna take out Barco Duck, and that looks like it might do it here.
The right of the arcane, not gonna find any damage onto the members. Oh, never mind. Gonna take down Slappy Joe.
Cyan Kip avoiding it. Needlework is there. Oh boy. No, they cannot end the game yet. But they did take 2 inhibitors out in the process. They've got a minute left on Baron. Fails is in. Havoc is there, gonna get stunned as a teleport is gonna come through from Bounty Hunter. Once in on this action, and Ratchet might be the target. Gonna get slowed and will go down. That is another kill for this Mbessa, who is also legendary. 2 legendary members of Akuma Distortion now looking to go into the semifinals.
Yeah, they're trying to take down, as you said, the defending champs. They're trying to defend their unbeaten match record. And at this point, it's do or die. And they're looking a whole lot like doing, with 2 inhibs down, 2 dragons in their pockets. Baron running out shortly, but still, nonetheless, they were wearing purple. It is looking like the Nexus is the last thing in the way of Akuma and a semifinal berth. And they are really, really trying to make it happen. Magi Soul Stealer picked up now by Cyan Kip. Close to 300 CS is Zeha on this Sivir. 3 items completed. No armor shred, but on the other side, there is no armor to be found. There is a single cloth armor in Lundry's inventory. There is no armor besides a single cloth armor. So this Sivir, despite not having 11 kills like their mid and jungler, is still going to do so much damage with the bouncing of those boomerangs. But Cyan Kip not even gonna have to pop the W to hit this tower, and blue pot as well.
Chain Corruption going to land on a Bounty Hunter. The Temper Fate does not land onto anybody, but a potential closeout of this game and series for Akuma Distortion is looking like it is going to be attempted now. 1 Nexus turret has fallen, as all 3 minion waves are now going to be pushing forward with those super minions. Not the 2 super minions yet, as Cyan Kip is going to go in, going to land the needlework, going to be able to get a lot of damage in onto Laundry, who's going to be immune, going to be able to avoid a lot of that damage coming in for the red of the arcane, and is going to pick up a double kill, and that is going to do it. Akuma Distortion have made it to the semifinals. Huge victory for them. A very well fought series from both teams. But those champions that were banned away from the entirety of the series going to be utilized here, Septi, and popping off.
Yeah, I mean, I thought I was a fool for wearing the jersey. Or, you know, after game 3, I was really worried, but the power of Akuma, the support of everyone in the chat. Kudos goes, of course, to Bark of War. I think they played a phenomenal series and a phenomenal split. It is a rough way to go out, but I feel like you can feel proud of the way that you handled yourselves. This game, you know, it was hard. A lot of the members of Akuma got the champions that were banned away the entire series, and, you know, it was rightfully banned away. Just take a look at that gold graph. Once the Gwen started going at 16 minutes, it did not stop. Same with the Mbessa. I think Mags deserves an honorable mention for the way they played that game. I think the Xerath was trying their very best to stay as an anchor in the game, try and be that one consistently getting the gold, but it did not matter. 16k was the difference in the end. 2 dragons, 3 grubs apiece, but it did not matter. The clean sweep came in from the side of Akuma, and they're going to move on, as you said, to the semifinals of the Akuma, or of the Akuma, of the Aegis Marauders League. It is that time on ice, though, Moose.
I got you. You are under the weather, so we're going to call it here, folks. Thank you guys all so much for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to the Twitch channel and join the Discord. Septi said it earlier. We've got the ADL, the AEL, and the ACL all available for you guys to watch throughout the week. So don't forget to keep notifications on in the Discord. You will stay up to date on when those matches are happening. On behalf of everybody here at Aegis Esports, thank you so much for watching and have a great day. We'll see you guys next week.